Sherry Miller, who used sex, lies, and internet chat to plan a horrific crime, was arrested in February 2000. This crime is widely regarded as the first internet-related murder in the United States. On December 22, 2000, Sherry Miller, a typical American mother of three, was convicted of second-degree murder and conspiracy to commit first-degree premeditated murder. She maintained her innocence for nearly 17 years before pleading guilty. In 2016, she confessed, saying, "I have ruined many lives. It's time to put an end to the lies and tell the truth." Bruce and Sherry were born and raised in Flint, Michigan, a poor town that once played an important role in the Midwest auto industry. Sherry Paulette Kitley Miller was born on October 13, 1971, and recalls a difficult childhood. The girl grew up without a father, and her mother lived a dissolute lifestyle, drank heavily, and frequently changed men. Sherry's childhood was spent in a trailer with her mother's men, who frequently offended her. Sherry claims to have been abused since she was 3 or 4 years old. At 16, the girl was abandoned. At 17, she married, became pregnant, and gave birth. The marriage ended sometime later. Sherry got remarried and divorced again. Her second husband, Tribby, was found guilty of second-degree child abuse after hitting his child hard, causing multiple skull fractures. Sherry clearly chose the wrong men. Tribby was also tried for abusing his 6-year-old stepdaughter, but he was found not guilty due to insufficient evidence. Sherry flitted from one man to the next, looking for someone who could care for her. By the age of 26, Sherry was a single mother with 3 children from different men, working in a nursing home and selling Mary Kay cosmetics to make ends meet. She wasn't a model-like beauty, but she was undeniably attractive and charming. In 1997, the 26-year-old woman began working as an accountant for Bruce Miller's company, B&Auto Salvage. At this point, Sherry realized that the 47-year-old successful business owner was the ideal man to provide her with stability and comfort. Bruce Leroy Miller was born on July 26, 1951. He, like many Flint residents, worked for General Motors for several years when he was younger. After leaving GM, Bruce continued in the auto scrapping business. In fact, he owned and operated an auto junkyard that took in old cars and resold their parts. Bruce was married 3 times, enjoyed racing, socializing with others, and was always generous and open. At first, he had no interest in his new employee, Sherry Kitley. Bruce only assisted a single mother in a difficult life situation, but Sherry managed to entice Bruce, and an office romance developed despite the 20-year age difference. The couple's relationship progressed rapidly. Bruce was flattered by a young woman's attention, and the couple quickly progressed from dating to living together. 4 months later, on April 23, 1999, a wedding was held in one of Las Vegas's chapels. Sherry and her children moved in with Bruce, and she discovered the stability she had long sought. Bruce's brother, Chuck Miller, later told the television program Snapped, "She always said Bruce was the best thing that ever happened to her. She finally had a normal life and a man who could afford to make her happy." Chuck's wife, Judy, said, "Bruce was overwhelmed by the pretty young blonde whom he thought was the perfect wife. Only friends expressed concern about Sherry's need to spend money shopping beyond her means. She immediately maxed out her credit cards and spent all the money she could find. I was trying to fill a constant void," Sherry later explained. Despite her friends' concerns, her hard-working husband ignored his wife's spending habits. In any case, Sherry also worked. She was a Mary Kay cosmetic salesperson, so she could sell products to customers at home or while traveling across the country. Her husband even bought her a computer to help her manage her finances. This purchase proved to be a game-changer. Sherry Miller accidentally discovered adult chat rooms on the internet while searching for a vacation destination on her home computer. In 1999, social networking did not exist, and text messaging was not widely used. Instead, people communicated through online chat rooms, some of which were adult in nature. These were places where you could flirt anonymously, share your fantasies, and experience virtual romance. According to friends, Bruce was aware of his wife's online flirtation, but thought it was harmless. He adored his wife, was happily married, intended to adopt her children, and preferred to trust rather than cloud his family life with suspicion. Sherry quickly adjusted to the virtual world and became accustomed to logging into chat rooms and sharing her most intimate sexual fantasies with complete strangers under various promising aliases. Detective Kevin Shanlian, who investigated the murder case, told the court that Cherie used at least 25 different aliases. It wasn't until 2016 that she confessed, "I didn't get up from behind this computer. Bruce worked at the store, and he had his own business, so he was away a lot. I spent hours flirting online. I wanted to control everything, obsessively control people who trusted me. It was like a video game, and every man and every relationship was a new level for me, and every level was harder." Jerry Cassaday, also known as Rena Dudes, was born on October 6, 1960, in Kansas City, Missouri. He married, raised a son, enjoyed deer hunting with his brothers, and aspired to become an FBI agent while working as a homicide detective. Jerry reported corruption involving falsified records to one of his co-workers. As a result, he was demoted and eventually forced to resign after 9 years of service. Jerry did the right thing, but the move ended his career. Jerry became depressed, started drinking, and abused substances. His marriage ended. He eventually recovered, moved to Reno, Nevada, and worked as a security guard at Harrah's Casino. In his spare time, he frequented chat rooms, where he met Cherie Miller. Hot correspondence began, and in July 1999 they met in person in Reno, where Cherie attended the Mary Kay convention with her friend. When the online romance turned into a physical affair, Jerry Cassaday believed his life was about to improve. Cherie stated that she was a wealthy businesswoman, living with a disabled husband, and was looking for a sexual encounter on the side. Jerry believed her, and his friend and colleague Carol Slaughter would later recount. Cherie came into Jerry's life when he was at rock bottom. His marriage had broken up. He was in a new neighborhood with no friends. Jerry fell hard for Cherie, telling his friend, Carol Slaughter, that Cherie does absolutely everything in the bedroom. Throughout the summer and fall, Cherie used her cosmetics business as a cover for trips to Reno. When Cherie and Jerry were not together in Reno, they exchanged instant messages and emails of a sexual nature, including videos. Soon, they even renamed their accounts, with Cherie calling herself Jerry's Fool and Jerry calling himself Cherie's Fool. It would seem that the ex-cop should have sensed something amiss, but the emails full of declarations of love apparently blinded him. Whether Jerry was simply gullible, flawed, or broken, he was an easy target for Cherie Miller. She wove a web of deception rather quickly and convinced him that he needed to kill her husband. The effect on Jerry was quite obvious to those who knew him. His acquaintances said that after this woman appeared, their friend became like a person with bipolar disorder, overly excited and active before she arrived, and painfully depressed after she left. As early as September, Cherie announced that she was pregnant with Cassaday's child. She sent him pictures of a positive pregnancy test in her belly. A short time later, Cherie revealed that her husband, Bruce Miller, found out about the pregnancy and beat her, causing her to lose the baby. In fact, in 1995, Cherie had undergone a fallopian tube ligation and could no longer have children. Jerry had no way of knowing this and believed his lover's lies. Very soon after losing the baby, Cherie announced that she was pregnant again. This time, however, she was pregnant with twins. Jerry begged his beloved to leave Bruce, take the children, and come to live with him. Cherie explained that she couldn't do it because Bruce had connections in the mafia, and he wouldn't let them leave for nothing. Supposedly, she was afraid for her life and Jerry's life. The young woman continued to drive to Reno. At one point, Jerry was arrested for drunk and disorderly conduct at the casino. There was a pause in online correspondence for the duration of the arrest. When Jerry got out, he decided not to put Cherie in any more danger of being exposed to her husband, Bruce, and returned to Missouri to try to reconnect with his family. The couple continued their relationship online. Cherie sent photos of ultrasounds and her growing belly. "I just bulged out my belly. Jerry wanted to believe it so badly that I had no doubt he would see the pregnancy even if it wasn't there, Miller would later say. Soon, on November 5, 1999, Jerry Cassaday received an email, presumably from Bruce Miller, in which he wrote that he knew about everything and would not let the bastards be born. A concerned Jerry tried to contact Cherie. Hours later, she texted him herself, informing him that she had to leave for a few days and that she would text him later. The next day, Jerry received a message from Bruce and learned that he had forced his wife to have an abortion. Attached to the letter were photos of a battered Cherie. I remember standing in front of the mirror trying to draw bruises on my stomach, Cherie would later recount. Jerry had reached a tipping point. His children, not one but two twins at once, had been killed by Bruce Miller. He was again devastated and full of anger. He blamed Bruce for the deaths of his 3 children and the abuse of the woman he loved. After reconnecting with Sherry the next day, November 8th, Jerry said he couldn't go on like this. He would kill her husband. The couple set about devising a plan to kill him. They worked out routes, parking spots, and even the best place and time to get to the dump. Jerry then made the long drive from his home to Michigan. That same evening, as Bruce planned to leave work, he received a call from Cherie, and following the plan, asked if he could pick up a pizza on his way home. Distracted by the conversation, Bruce did not notice a man approaching him from behind, pointing his 20-gauge shotgun at him and pulling the trigger. After committing the crime, Jerry went home, and Cherie began the next part of the plan. She called Bruce's brother, Chuck, said she was very worried about her husband's long absence, and asked Chuck to drive to the junkyard and see if everything was okay. When Chuck got there, he found his brother dead on the floor in a pool of blood. He had been shot in the chest with a shotgun at close range, according to eyewitnesses. When Sherry learned of Bruce's death, she began screaming and crying. The crime scene was quickly discovered, but no trace or evidence of the suspect remained. Detectives learned that Bruce carried large amounts of cash, and they initially thought his death may have been the result of a botched robbery. As the dead man's wallet was missing, John Hutchinson, a friend and employee of Bruce's who had recently borrowed $2,000 from him, came under suspicion. Police questioned Hutchinson, searched his home, and confiscated weapons. John adamantly denied involvement. The search was inconclusive, and despite the fact that Hutchinson failed a polygraph test, he was eventually released. A theory of murder due to falsification of vehicle identification numbers was considered. However, none of the options gave any leads, and soon the case was closed. Meanwhile, according to Bruce's sister, Judy Miller, Cherie's behavior did not fit most people's idea of a grieving spouse. 2 days after the death of her supposedly beloved husband, she was already dancing in a bar in Ottisville, Michigan, and looked happy. 2 weeks later, she had a boyfriend, and it wasn't Jerry Cassaday, but a local delivery boy named Jeff Foster. The goal was accomplished. It was like Sherry had passed a level in a video game, and the former lover was no longer interesting. Here's an improved version of your text with proper grammar and punctuation. Jerry thought he would be with the woman he loved after the murder. After all, he killed for her, but that did not happen. She began to distance herself. A month after the murder, she moved her new boyfriend, Jeff Foster, into the house she used to share with her husband and completely severed her relationship with Jerry, leaving him devastated. It was probably at this point that Cassaday realized he had murdered an innocent man in cold blood, and guilt overtook him. 3 months later, on February 11, 2000, Jerry shot himself in his Odessa, Missouri apartment with a .22 caliber rifle. His body was discovered in a chair with an open Bible in his lap, on murder. "Thou shalt not kill, and whosoever shall kill shall be liable to judgment." He judged himself, pleaded guilty, and committed suicide. In an interview a few days after the body was removed, Cassaday's mother said that family members were cleaning the apartment and found a briefcase under the bed with 3 suicide notes and an envelope taped to the outside. Jerry wanted revenge on the woman who had broken his heart. The former detective confessed to killing Bruce Miller because he believed Bruce had abused Cherie and caused the deaths of his 3 children. "I went over there, killed him. I was such a fool, but now everyone will know the real reason I became depressed. I couldn't tell anyone the truth. She wanted to get the money and get rid of her husband. She got her way, but she soon realized she couldn't do that to others. I now realize it was all a lie." Jerry attached printed transcripts of instant messages with Cherie, in which, between intimate episodes, she gave him directions on how to find the dump, where to park to avoid being seen, and other important information. The Cassidy family's attorneys contacted the Jesse County Sheriff's Department and relayed the information. On February 22, 2000, police waited for Sherry Miller as she was getting off a plane with her boyfriend, Jeff Foster, and they were returning from a trip to Reno. She was charged with second-degree murder and conspiracy to commit murder. Prosecutors believed Cherie was a skilled manipulator who convinced her lover to kill her husband under false pretenses. On December 12, 2000, the state of Michigan's trial against Sherry Miller began, and her case made national headlines due to the unusual nature of an internet-related crime. The prosecution shared thousands of messages between Cherie and Jerry, demonstrating the woman's lies. She was never abused, and she was never pregnant with Jerry. According to the prosecution's version, Cherie wanted Bruce's death because a divorce would not have provided her with enough money. However, the defense argued that the young woman received only a small amount of money after her spouse's death, despite the fact that she would have lived a much more affluent life during her lifetime. The defense also claimed that Jerry Cassidy fabricated evidence in order to exact revenge as an abandoned lover. Cherie denied writing the messages describing the crime, implying that Jerry had forged the messages using his experience as a homicide detective. However, police discovered evidence of the messages on Cherie's computer. Cherie told the jury that the sexual communication between her and her lover was just part of an online fantasy, and that she lied about her pregnancy to help Jerry deal with depression and about the abuse to convince Jerry to leave her alone. On December 22nd, Miller was found guilty and sentenced to life in prison on the murder charge and 54 to 81 years on the conspiracy charge. In 2007, she was diagnosed with post-traumatic stress disorder and found to have other mental illnesses while in prison. Cherie began treatment and filed an appeal. She even managed to get married for the fourth time. Michael DeNoia saw the story on the news and couldn't resist the woman's charm. In 2009, a federal judge overturned Sherry Miller's conviction, stating that Jerry's suicide letter should not be used as evidence because Cassidy is no longer alive, and the defense cannot cross-examine him. The judge ordered a new trial and set a bail amount. In 2016, Sherry Miller, in a 4-page typewritten letter to a district judge, abruptly admitted her role in her husband's death. This came as a surprise because no one expected her to do so voluntarily. In 2012, the court reinterpreted the admissibility of the suicide letter, and Cherie was returned to jail to serve the remainder of her original sentence. Many saw the letter sent to the judge as just another attempt to gain sympathy or profit. Something happened inside me when I had to return to prison after 3 years of freedom. I had my daughter and granddaughter living with me. I begged my daughter not to join me. She refused to listen as I was led back to the prison. As I walked through the sliding doors, I noticed my daughter crying so hard. I recall hearing her scream, "No, Mommy, don't go." At that point, the full consequences of what I had done to Bruce, his friends, his family, Jerry, his friends and his family, hit me full force. They will not see them again. Bruce was an excellent man. Sherry Miller wrote about her husband. He never hurt me or my children. All he did was love us. He wanted to adopt my children. He simply wanted a family. The only man who loved me, and I had him killed. In 2022, Sherry gave a public interview to a popular TV station. She admitted that Bruce was not involved in the mob and never abused her. She admitted that she used makeup to fake bruises and faked ultrasound scans to manipulate Jerry. Sherry admitted that she didn't do it for the money. She said that she was afraid Bruce would find out who she really was and felt that it would be easier for him to be killed than to learn the truth about her. Because of this, she declined a plea bargain that would have resulted in 15 years instead of a life sentence. According to Shari, it took a public story to help her reconcile with herself. It's still difficult for me to look in the mirror realizing what I did. I've been waiting to tell the truth and hopefully find peace with it. Sherry Miller is still incarcerated at the Huron Valley Women's Complex in Michigan. She is not eligible for parole. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Subscribe to the channel for more. Subscribe to the channel for more. The exception was Cassandra and her twin brother Rob. When they were younger, they would often spend an entire day telling each other scary stories in a dark room. Rob considered himself to be a natural storyteller. Every time he told a scary story, Cassandra would scream and he would scatter on his bed, mumbling to himself, "You can't even scare the neighbors, little Joey, with stories like that." No, scary stories are not your thing. Together, they also watched the animated series Scooby-Doo, and during that time, they argued over which of the characters was really a vampire disguised as a ghost. Her brother was anxious because Cassandra's intuitive guesses were frequently more accurate than his. Even though Mary Smith did not have the twins' enthusiasm for reading, she nevertheless bought her kids' books by Robert Wall because she wanted them to grow up to be lifelong readers. The brother and sister's love of scary stories was a lifelong passion that they developed as children. Even as adults, they entertained the idea of launching a horror-themed store and even gathered figurines of villains. Cassandra joined the set in 2004 due to her interest in horror films, and she made a cameo in a scary film that, while not very successful, still caused a lot of jealous looks. "I'm ready to play anyone." "Rob, you must have made some acquaintances there, right?" "Cassandra, maybe we should talk." Rob's sister responded, "I'm pretty close with the head of the cast. Maybe something will come out of it, but no promises. I got the part by accident myself." Rob continued to beg his sister to broker a deal on his behalf. Rob was overjoyed, but even in an episodic role, he was unable to land a role. Colin Dudley was the leading man in that film, and chemistry blossomed between him and the newcomer on the set. None of them dared to take the first step, but that all changed at a Halloween party at the office. Colin dressed as Alex from A Clockwork Orange, and Cassandra dressed like Velma from Scooby-Doo. Colin perceived the cartoon character as more than just a costume, while Cassandra saw it as just that, a costume. Like his character in the movie, he strolled around with a glass of milk and gave everyone a glare. He read passages from the book as well. He would look at Cassandra and say, "Beauty invariably caused my only desire to destroy it, for it did not fit at all into our ugly world." Cassandra took this as a compliment, and they soon started dating, but their brief relationship lasted only a few months. Colin began dating Rebecca, another actress, after finding her. The pair eventually moved in together. 2020, August 25th, Cassandra Cannell vanished. Without giving anyone any notice, she took off from home in her car in an unknown direction and didn't pick up the phone. For a very long time, the police refused to accept her mother's report, attempting to console the distraught mother by explaining that kids grow up and don't always tell their parents when they go out with friends. But Mary Smith was certain that something horrible had occurred, and perhaps she could still see her daughter alive if the indolent police would finally get to work. It took 2 days for the police to start looking for Cassandra, and on the third day, they discovered her car in an undesirable location beneath a bridge. The bad news gets even worse. The keys were inside the unlocked car. It was hard to know what Cassandra was up to there. This area was thought to be a homeless community, and the police regularly discovered bodies there that had either overdosed on illegal drugs or been killed in domestic violence. The police had to patrol the neighborhood, questioning a large number of homeless people who attempted to flee when they saw them. All of them were unaware of the time the car appeared there, though, and none of them had seen Cassandra. It was difficult to have any higher expectations of the people who lived beneath the bridge and consumed alcohol all day. As directed, the detective working on Cassandra's case asked to see her cell phone bill, but he knew from past experience that this would not help him in any way, and so it did. The signal indicated that the phone was in the body of water closest to the bridge, making it impossible for the investigators to retrieve it and obtain the information they required. Still, a group of divers started combing the shoreline, To see how far they could throw the phone, they picked up rocks from the shore and tossed them into the water before doing so. Cassandra's mother claimed that since her daughter's phone case was adorned with rhinestones, it would be easy to locate. While it is true that the phone was located quickly, Cassandra's body was not in the water. Although her mother was told this was good news, she did not feel any better. Her daughter's death appeared to have become second nature to her, and all she wanted was for her body to be discovered and for this terrifying period of uncertainty to end. She replied, "I was looking forward to my granddaughter. I wanted to be a grandmother sooner, and I didn't even have time to give her a crib. It's just sitting in the garage in a box. What should I do with it now?" The mother was saddened to learn that this became crucial information for the inquiry. Pregnant women are frequently the victims of crimes committed by their partners, the expectant fathers, according to statistics. However, Mary Smith was unaware of the identity of her future granddaughter's father. Cassandra had not even met anyone and was single, even though her age was already apparent. It made sense that she had become pregnant through a male partner, but Mary was unaware of the child's possible father. Even so, according to her mother, her daughter frequently called and corresponded with someone. However, for some reason, her interlocutor's phone number was not entered in her daughter's book, and the mother, understandably, could not recall the numbers. She had just realized that it was kind of weird to talk to someone so frequently and not get his phone number down. It was common knowledge that girls could not maintain complete confidentiality in their relationships, so Cassandra should have at least one friend with whom she could share her secrets, particularly if those secrets involved a pregnancy. One found a friend like that. She disclosed that Cassandra had revived her romance with her ex-boyfriend Colin Dudley in a chat with law enforcement. Yes, their 2004 relationship was brief, and they had already broken up 15 years earlier. In general, it was odd that they could still recall one another after all this time. Colin, as it happened, contacted Cassandra in 2014. He discovered Cassandra on Facebook, wrote her some kind words, and revealed that he and his wife Rebecca had a tense relationship before his father's recent death. Thus, he had no one with whom to commiserate. Cassandra made the decision to get together purely out of friendship and speak with her ex-boyfriend to help him feel better. However, the cordial get-together evolved into something more. Colin started leading a double life in 2014, with Cassandra acting as his mistress. The young woman did not want to tell Colin Dudley that she was pregnant when she found out. She remembered their conversation, in which Colin declared emphatically that he wanted no children at all, and that he was delighted Rebecca was infertile, every time she felt the need to tell him so. Cassandra didn't want to hurt her lover, so she kept the possibility of his having a daughter or son a secret, because she knew it could destroy a real family. In the meantime, her tummy continued to swell and protrude beyond the baggy sweaters. Cassandra stopped seeing him so that Colin couldn't figure out anything. But how can one go on? She knew that hiding it would not last long, and that lying to Colin about having another boyfriend would be hurtful and lead to their breakup. Cassandra told Colin over the phone that she was expecting a child with him after deciding that the bitter truth was preferable to a charming lie. After a long period of silence, Colin finally expressed his happiness at the news. Though it sounded very strange, Cassandra deduced that Colin was actually happy. When the detective knocked on Colin's door upon arriving at his residence, his wife answered. Resolving that discussing a missing mistress with Colin's legal wife wasn't entirely moral, the detective presented himself as a longtime friend of Dudley's. Colin emerged at once, closed the door behind him, and left the house accompanied by the detective, who had not even made an introduction. He appeared to have been anticipating this encounter. "Thank you for not making your credentials public in front of Rebecca. You're a man of honor, a true officer. My compliments to you," Colin said in brief phrases. "I heard Cassandra is missing. It's weird, bloody weird. I can't even guess where she might have gone. She told me she'd had a big fight with her brother and was really worried about it. I advised her to stop by and make up with him. I don't know if she listened to me or not." Rob had told him about the fight. As far as the detective knew, it was just a family dispute, nothing serious. Still, Cassandra's twin brother had been devastated by her disappearance because the day before, Cassandra had called him and asked to come talk to him. But now that his arrogant brother had declined, he held himself responsible. His sister would not have vanished if she had visited him that day. You know, officer, I'm not the nicest person. I think you realize that, dating my ex-girlfriend in secret from my wife for such a long period of time. I'm sure I'll be punished for it in the next world. But the human heart doesn't decide who you fall in love with. In 2014, my father died. He literally hated Rebecca with all his soul, and the feeling was mutual. But he really liked Cassandra. He often remembered her, reproached me for the fact that we broke up with her almost immediately after Christmas. We often fight with our parents, accusing them of not understanding, and then it turns out that it's us, their children, who don't understand, and it hurts. My father was right, of course. And after he died, I just wanted to fulfill one of his wishes, and so I resumed my relationship with Cassandra. Rebecca needed to be broken up with. It was a conversation I kept putting off, you know. This family stuff sucks you dry, so I kept stalling. I've been living a double life for 5 years. It was hell. I had to make excuses for coming home late all the time, to hide it. I'd tell her about some fictitious business trips, and even bought a fishing rod, even though I hated fishing. A stupid pastime, and I'd tell Rebecca I was going to the lake while I went to Cassandra's. Before coming home, I'd buy fish at the supermarket for extra convincing, and Rebecca would bake it in the oven, and I'd eat it even though the smell of fish makes me sick. Did you know Cassandra was pregnant? What? Pregnant by whom? I don't have that information, but she told a close friend of hers that it was from you. That can't be true. She's been adamantly refusing to see me lately, and I guess I understand her, and can't blame her for that. Naturally, she was tired of being in the background and wanted a family, which unfortunately I couldn't give her. I guess that the reason she refused to see me was because she had found someone else. Detective asked, when was the last time you saw her? Honestly, I can't even remember. I think it was about 3 months ago, maybe 4, if you don't count the time we literally ran into her at the mall by chance. But that was fleeting because my wife was in the fitting room, and I just got tired of waiting for her and decided to take a walk to the coffee shop. Tell me, officer, is there any chance you'll find her alive? Dudley continued. We're doing everything we can, believe me. Colin had more interactions with the detective after this one. Despite the fact that Cassandra's phone was recovered from the bottom of the pond, the police still asked for the missing person's call logs. The unsigned number her mother had informed her about actually belonged to Colin Dudley. Cassandra called him most of the time, and they even spoke on the day she vanished. Furthermore, the CCTV footage from the train station near the bridge, where Cassandra's abandoned car had been discovered, was given to the police that day. A strange man who stood out among the other passengers on the platform was observed by them. He had on a long cloak, gloves, a scarf covering his face, and a hat with the sides pulled down over his eyes. The detective claimed that although he couldn't see the man's face, Colin Dudley's gait was strikingly similar to that of the man. Regarding the hat, it bore a striking resemblance to the one donned by Alex in A Clockwork Orange. The investigators noticed that the strange man actually entered the cafe for a short while before exiting and heading toward the parking lot, where he got into his car and drove off. After they kept tracking him down through the CCTV cameras, the stranger never revealed his face to them during this entire time, but they were able to see the car's licensee plate number, which belonged to Colin Dudley, that the stranger got into. A search warrant was used to send a unit to his home. It was the detectives' hope that Cassandra was still alive and in Dudley's home's basement. Initially, there was no proof of a homicide at Colin's residence. However, they discovered the exact hat Colin was attempting to conceal himself in the closet. After that, they descended to the basement, where they found no sign of the crime and no sign of Cassandra. But when the service dog sniffed the couch, it was trained to search for bloodstains. It barked, and that raised red flags right away. Colin affirmed that he hadn't broken any laws. The police were attempting to blame him, an innocent man, for the crime because they had no other leads and no evidence. When the detective spoke with his wife, she was naturally horrified to learn about the activities in their home, the charges against her spousey, and the years-long deception. She had a lot to say about her husband and her feelings, but after giving it some thought, she responded negatively when the detective asked if her husband was capable of murder. Rob and Mary Smith were furious that Colin could not be imprisoned despite the abundance of evidence against him, and the detective was simply raising his hands. Colin was brought in once more for interrogation. Considering that he had an alibi for every accusation, he gave the crime considerable thought. Colin visited a hardware store early on August 25th at 6:30 a.m. and bought trash bags and household cleaning supplies. The store's cameras did, in fact, verify this, but this whole thing was overshadowed by the big garbage bags. Then Cassandra texted Colin to let him know that she was almost at his house, but Colin quickly deleted the message. But it stayed in the cell phone carrier's memory, and the Colin message dump gave it to the police. Additionally, the couple did not leave the house for several hours that morning, based on their cell phone bill. Subsequently, Colin switched off his phone, but unintentionally left his mistress's phone on. This allowed the police to track Colin's entire path of movement, including his location as captured by the station's CCTV cameras. It was already known by the police that he had visited the cafe, likely using the restroom to clean up after the murder. Colin hopped in his car and headed to the pond where he had thrown Cassandra's phone, which was where the cell phone's last signal had come from. Now was the time to find Cassandra's body. The GPS tracker from Colin's car was taken by the police so they could follow the route precisely. The gadget accurately mimicked Cassandra's mobile signal movement. However, his actions the next day provided fresh evidence in the case. When the police followed his route through the woods, they came across a large trash can that was rope-tied in a ravine. Blood stained the entire area surrounding it, making it obvious what was inside the container. It was a month after the murder by that point, and the body was hard to identify. The description of Cassandra's tattoo in the search notes proved helpful to the police. The same day, Colin was arrested and accused of murder. After performing a forensic examination, forensics determined that blunt force trauma to the skull resulted in a fracture that caused death. The police discovered bloodstains in the basement of the Dudley house that were impossible to remove entirely. Rebecca was unaware of the homicide. She spent the entire day in a different area of the house where the sounds from the basement were muffled. She also stated that Colin's claim that she was infertile was untrue and that she had never desired children. This was seen by the police as the crime's motivation. The absence of witnesses and tangible evidence, like the murder weapon, made it impossible to persuade the jury that Colin Dudley was the murderer during the trial. The murderer was then offered a reduced sentence by the court in exchange for his guilty plea. Colin received a 26-year prison sentence. The fact that the murderer would probably live to see the day he could be freed caused great distress to Cassandra's mother and brother, who were still upset about his refusal to meet with his sister prior to her death. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The case of Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell, doomsday spouses. Religiously motivated crimes are common in criminal practice. According to statistics, religious fanatics kill over 100,000 people each year around the world. Frequently, these victims do not share the fanatics' traditional beliefs. The case of Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell, a deranged couple, shocked the world a few years ago and has yet to be resolved. The story has been covered by media outlets in multiple countries, shocking and perplexing people. It's a story about corrupt passion, belief in one's own superiority, greed, and a complete lack of moral principles. This couple harmed 5 members of their own families, 2 of them children. The legal proceedings against the so-called spouses from hell are still ongoing. They face the death penalty for their heinous actions. However, they not only deny their guilt, but they also sincerely hope to avoid punishment or receive lenient sentences. But let us begin at the beginning and try to unravel this horrifying and complex story in order to understand how people who claim to have discovered God have completely lost their humanity. Who is Chad Daybell, and how did he become the head of a religious movement? Chad Guy Daybell was born on August 11, 1968, in the small town of Provo, Utah, 18 miles south of Salt Lake City. He grew up in a simple, even modest family and was a quiet, shy child. Chad was an average student at school with no notable talents or athletic accomplishments, and he was self-conscious about his weight. Chad not easily enrolled at Brigham Young University, Bayou in Utah after graduating from high school, and he earned a bachelor's degree in journalism in 1992. During his college years, he married a modest woman named Tamara Douglas, or simply Tammy. The couple quickly had 5 children, sons Seth, Mark, and Garth, as well as daughters Emma and Leah. After finishing his studies, the young father worked as an editor for a local daily newspaper. However, due to the family's constant financial difficulties, he also worked as a night watchman at a small church and a gravedigger at the cemetery next door. Tammy did not work outside the home and was solely responsible for household chores and raising their children, so the family struggled to get by. Chad decided to use his journalism background to write his own religious-themed book. His debut work, published in 1999, resembled a collection of religious themed fantasy. Surprisingly, the book was a success, and he made a good living from it. Chad immediately left his jobs at the cemetery and the newspaper to pursue his writing career. A year and a half later, he released a book called 1 Foot in the Grave. This was a popular science book in which he described his experiences as a gravedigger and discussed death, the afterlife, and soul reincarnations. Daybell founded Spring Creek Books in 2004, through which he self-published his works. These works discussed his beliefs regarding the impending end of the world, Judgment Day, and other topics. According to some, Chad's religious beliefs have become increasingly extreme over time. Chad Daybell has written dozens of fiction and popular science books with religious themes. He began giving podcasts, audio, and video lectures to help people prepare for Christ's second coming. Chad referred to himself as an apocalyptic writer and claimed to be able to see into the future, hearing voices of the dead deliver prophecies intended solely for him. Lori Ryan Vallow Nicox was born on June 26, 1973, in the beautiful city of Loma Linda, California. She grew up in a big family, with 2 older brothers and 3 sisters. Her parents, Denise and Barry Cox, worked tirelessly to provide for their numerous children from a young age. Lori was especially close to her brother Alex, with whom she had a trustworthy relationship. He always stood up for and protected his younger sister. Lori developed into a true beauty with many admirers, as well as an attractive, charismatic blonde with a slim figure and a captivating smile. She enjoyed being the center of attention and was an outgoing and adventurous person. Lori married Nelson Yanis, her high school sweetheart, in the spring of 1992 when she was 18 years old. However, the young couple quickly realized they had rushed into marriage and were unprepared for family life, resulting in the dissolution of their marriage in less than a year. They did not have children together. Lori remarried in the fall of 1995 to a man named William LaJoya. A year later, the couple welcomed a son, Colby, but their marriage ended in 1998. Only 2 years later, the boy remained in his mother's custody. Lori married Joseph Anthony Ryan for the 3rd time in early 2001, and he officially adopted her son from her previous marriage. A year later, the couple had their daughter, Tylee, but this marriage, too, ended in 2005. Notably, shortly after her divorce from Joseph, an incident occurred when her ex-husband arrived to see the children. He was assaulted by Lori's brother Alex, who claimed in court that he was defending his sister's honor after Ryan insulted her. As a result, Cox was sentenced to a fine and a short-term prison marriage with Charles Vallow. Lori met Charles Anthony Vallow shortly after divorcing her 3rd husband, and the two married in February 2006. He was 17 years her senior, but their age difference was not an issue. Charles had been married before and had 2 teenage sons from previous relationships, Zachary and Nicholas. The couple initially lived in Nevada with Lori's children from previous marriages, with Charles and his sons visiting on holidays and weekends. Charles owned a small business that provided a steady income for his family. Lori, who had not pursued further education, did not work, and her husband never approached her about it. Charles' grandnephew, Joshua Jackson, or simply J.J. Vallow, was officially adopted by the couple in 2014. J.J. had autism and needed expensive therapy, which a relative could provide. Toward the end of 2014, the family decided to relocate to the Hawaiian Islands, specifically the island of Kauai. By this point, Colby and Charles' older children were adults living independently, so the Vallows relocated to the island as a group of 4. Lori, Charles Tylee, and JJ settled in a popular tourist area and decided to open their own beach bar that served fresh juices, smoothies, refreshing drinks, and non-alcoholic cocktails. Despite their best efforts, the availability of raw materials and Charles' experience in trade, the business failed quickly due to fierce competition. Lori developed an interest in religious literature around this time, and she was particularly drawn to Chad Daybell's Standing in Holy Places series of books. She became fascinated by the occult writer's ideas and became almost obsessed with them. She bought all of his works and read them every day. Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell met. In 2016, the family was forced to leave Hawaii and relocate to the mainland. They settled in Arizona, and while Charles worked hard to provide for the family, his wife Lori became increasingly involved in religion, drifting away from reality. Lori and her close friend Melanie went to a neighboring town for an event called Preparing People for the Second Coming of Christ, which was led by Chad Daybell. Lori, a devoted fan and follower, jumped at the chance to meet him in person. Lori sat in the front row, her gaze fixated on Chad. He also noticed the attractive blonde, and when the writer and religious speaker decided to personally interact with his followers, Lori, as expected, stayed behind. She hung on his every word and asked to touch his hand. After that, Daybell looked into her eyes and revealed that they had been husband and wife in 7 previous incarnations. Chad and Lori exchanged contact information. And started communicating every day. Lori's husband went to Nevada for work a few weeks later, so she invited the preacher to a gathering at her home. That day, about a dozen people gathered at the Vallows' house to discuss God's Judgment Day and the Second Coming. Lori and Chad also agreed to work together to prepare people for the dreadful judgment. The pair began producing podcasts about the event, as well as leading sermons and writing articles. Lori became increasingly detached and hatched from reality and her family, but Charles did not notice the change. He expected it to be a passing fad. It was too late when he realized how far things had progressed. Lori soon began discussing dark spirits and zombies, telling family and friends that God had chosen her for a special mission. Part of this mission entails eliminating the spirits of darkness, demons, and all evil. Charles' attempts to bring his wife back to reality failed, and she began to see him as one of the evil entities that needed to be destroyed. Charles Vallow's tragic end. By the end of 2018, Lori and Charles Vallow's marriage was about to collapse. Lori changed all of the locks in their shared home in February 2019, while Charles was away on business for a week. When Charles returned, he found himself locked out of his own home, his personal car, and the family truck missing, and a significant amount of $35,000 had been withdrawn from his account. Charles loudly called out for his wife and attempted to enter the house. Lori stormed outside, hurling threats and curses. She screamed that her husband's soul had long died and that his body had been possessed by a demon, repeatedly saying, "I don't know who you are or what you've done to my husband." Without hesitation, Charles went to the police station and reported Lori for theft and interference with his home and children. He expressed concerns about Lori's threats of physical harm against him, which resulted in the issuance of a protective order prohibiting her from approaching him. The statements made by Charles that evening were recorded in accordance with standard procedure. He discussed his wife's excessive religious zeal, her belief in the impending end of the world, and her tendency to categorize people as light or demonic beings. While asking clarifying questions, the officers openly mocked him but issued the protective order. The following day, Charles filed for divorce and changed the beneficiaries of his $1 million life insurance policy from Lori to his mother and sister. His lawyer stated that Charles was concerned about JJ's well-being, as he required special care. He was confident that his mother and sister would handle the insurance payout responsibly and care for the boy in the event of his death. Tylee's stepfather had not legally adopted her, so the documents could not include a legally unrelated minor. A few months later, Mr. Vallow made the fatal mistake of revoking the protective order, hoping to reconcile with Lori and save their marriage. He began paying visits to his ex-wife's home, missing the children, and hoping for a family reconciliation. On July 11, 2019, Charles arrived to see his children and was fatally shot twice in the chest. Lori's brother, Alex Cox, called emergency services and admitted to the shooting. He claimed self-defense, alleging that Charles had attacked him first with a baseball bat. In response, he drew his pistol and shot twice without aiming. The homeowner and children witnessed the incident. Their testimonies were somewhat consistent, and the court ruled that the killing was unintentional and in self-defense. Notably, Alex's head injury was minor, despite Charles's previous experience as a baseball player capable of inflicting serious harm with a bat. Lori threw a party at her house with music, many guests, and a poolside disco on the same day Charles' body was taken to the morgue, right where her husband had been shot and where traces of blood could still be seen. She did not arrange for his funeral or tell anyone about the incident. Charles, his son's mother, sister, and other relatives learned of his death only a week later when his unclaimed body was still in the morgue, the latest in a string of mysterious disappearances and fatalities. Lori sold their Arizona home shortly after her husband's death and moved with her children to Rexburg, Idaho, near Chad and his wife Tammy's home. Lori's brother, Alex Cox, relocated with his sister and settled in the same housing complex. Lori enrolled her son in a special needs school, but her 16-year-old daughter, Tylee, never went to school. She was rarely seen outside. So many neighbors were unaware of her second child's existence. Lori described her daughter as a dark entity to a friend over the phone around the same time. On September 8, 2019, the children, their mother, and Uncle Alex traveled to Yellowstone Park, where Chad Daybell joined them. Tylee appears in a number of photographs from that trip. After that day, she was never seen alive again. On September 24 of the same year, Lori withdrew her son's documents from school, claiming he would now be homeschooled. The 7-year-old boy was also not seen again. Less than a month later, on October 19, Chad's 49-year-old wife Tammy died suddenly. Chad claims she had a cold and cough before passing away in her sleep from respiratory failure. Her death was ruled natural, as there were no signs of violence on her body. Chad categorically refused an autopsy to determine the exact cause, an odd decision that raised no suspicions. Following his wife's unexpected death, Chad received approximately $500,000 in insurance payouts. 2 weeks later, Chad and Lori traveled to the Hawaiian Islands to marry in a beachside ceremony. Daybell's children, who were still mourning their mother, were completely taken aback and unable to understand their father's actions. When the couple returned to Arizona, they lived together and misled others by claiming Lori's children were with relatives or that she had no children at all. They also rented a small unit at a local storage facility and later moved all of the children's belongings, as if they had never existed in the house. Another month later, on December 12, 2019, Alex Cox died unexpectedly at home. The cause of death appeared to be a heart attack, but due to his sister's insistence, no autopsy was performed, and the incident was ruled a natural investigation, arrest, and horrific discovery. As time passed, more people continued to question Lori about the whereabouts of her children. She deceived neighbors and acquaintances with ease, but lying to relatives proved more difficult. Her eldest son, Colby, who had little contact with his mother after moving away, made an earnest attempt to contact his younger sister. Lori initially answered from her daughter's phone, pretending to be Tylee, but Colby quickly realized something was wrong. Meanwhile, Charles' family members demanded access to GJ. They wanted to take the boy on vacation or weekends, or just talk to him on the phone, but Lori consistently refused or made absurd excuses. Eventually, the boy's grandmother reported his disappearance to the police. Colby then approached the police to find his younger sister. When law enforcement officers knocked on Lori's door and asked her to bring the children for a conversation, she lied, claiming they were visiting relatives. This information was proven false, and the police returned to her home. They gave her 1 week to appear at the police station with the children. Instead, she and her husband fled to Hawaii. Lori was arrested on the Hawaiian island of Kauai on February 20, 2020, and returned to Arizona. A search was conducted in her and Chad's home, but no children or signs of their presence were discovered. Her husband, Chad, who had been defending her and insisting she had no children, was now under suspicion. On June 9, police discovered human remains buried in the couple's backyard. The bodies of the missing Tylee and her younger brother JJ were identified through forensic analysis. Chad was immediately arrested for concealing evidence and complicity. The authorities then decided to exhume Tammy Daybell and Alex Cox's bodies to determine the true causes of death. In both cases, traces of chemicals capable of causing heart failure were discovered, implying that these people did not die naturally. The trial process. The trial of the spouses began in January 2020. 1. They were accused of conspiring to commit first-degree criminal acts, grand theft through deception, and insurance fraud. Furthermore, Charles Vallow's death was reclassified as premeditated criminal action rather than self-defense. According to witnesses in court, Lori referred to her children as dark entities and promised to save their souls. There were suspicions that the deaths of Tylee, 16, and GJ, 7, were ritualistic in nature. Specifically, the adolescent girl's body was partially burned. Weeks before Chad sent Lori an email rating people, he assigned Tylee A as a dark spirit. Given the totality of the charges, both spouses faced the death penalty. However, in May 2021, Vallow's defense team was successful in having her declared incompetent, which halted the trial process. Simultaneously, all 5 of Daybell's adult children maintained their father's innocence, believing he was framed by Lori and Alex in 2022. After receiving treatment in a psychiatric facility, Vallow was deemed fit to stand by her and answer for her actions. In March 2023, the judge ruled that the woman would not be sentenced to death, a decision that the prosecution is still contesting. In July of the same year, she was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Chad's trial continues, and he still faces the death penalty. This story inspired the book When the Moon Turns to Blood by investigative journalist Leah Sottle, as well as the Lifetime Movie Network's 2021 television film Doomsday Mom, the Lori Vallow story starring Lauren Lee Smith. In addition, Netflix will release a 3-part documentary series called Sins of Our Mother in 2022, with 1 episode dedicated to Lori's eldest child, her son Colby. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Denise Dragon's well-known case shows how naive idealism, morbid jealousy, and a strong desire for illegal drugs can combine to cause tragedy and destroy 3 young lives at the same time. At the time of the tragedy, the oldest person involved, and I'm not afraid to use this word, was only 22 years old. He really tried hard to keep playing with the feelings of the 2 girls, who were only 17 and 19 years old. They were in a love triangle for a short time, but it ended in 2 pregnancies, crazy stalking, and murder. Mario Topanera was born in 1996 in a small town called Alcorcón in Spain, just outside of Madrid. The young man never put himself through the stress of school or looking for work. He lived with his parents when he was 22 years old and worked part-time jobs to pay the bills. Mario loved writing graffiti and was very good at drawing, but he couldn't use his art skills anywhere. He was happy with his small part-time jobs painting buildings outside and inside walls. The main way Mario made money was by selling illegal goods. He didn't do it himself. Instead, he found people who were interested and took them to a remote part of the city where his friends could get them anything they needed. Topanera made a lot of money from these deals, so he was always looking for people who could help him. It's unclear if Mario's parents knew what he was doing, but if they did, they clearly didn't care. Mario had a good looks and a strong personality. He was popular with both sexes. The young man was very good at using his charm to make friends and often dated several girls at the same time without meaning to. Denise Maria Dragon was born in Romania in 2001 to Emil and Daniela Dragon. Her parents were very young and having a hard time with money, so they had to go work in Spain and leave their little girl with her grandparents. After a few years, they were able to get married legally in another country, get a good job, and pretty much set up their daily lives. They moved their little daughter to their home in sunny Spain. The girl quickly made friends where she lived and found it easy to learn the language. At school, she did well in almost all of her classes and got good grades. The little girl was also interested in dancing, happily spent several hours a day in the studio, and regularly competed in a variety of events. When the girl was in middle school, her parents' marriage fell apart, and they decided to split up. The child went to live with her mother after the parents got divorced, but her father continued to care for her in every way, even though he had a new family. He helped her communicate, gave her money, and tried to be a part of her life in every way. Soon after, her mother also got married again, and a year later, the girl had a younger brother whom she loved and spent a lot of time with. When Denise was 16, she decided she wanted to learn how to do hair and become a stylist. She quit her studies and dance classes to focus on her new hobby full-time. Her parents didn't stop her or try to discourage her. They let their daughter make her own decisions to gain experience. Denise got a job at a beauty salon owned by family members. Rocio Martinez, a 19-year-old girl from the suburbs of Madrid, was the third main character in this dramatic story and the last link in the love triangle. Her father was a police officer who was transferred to Alcorcón, where he moved his whole family. Rocio was impulsive, scandalous, and sometimes even angry as a child. She was used to getting what she wanted and didn't put up with Rege. Martinez was never charged for what she did, though, because her father was a police officer and had a lot of connections. Rocio believed that no matter what she did, her father would get her out of trouble. Rocio was also very pretty, so she always had a lot of fans. When Denise stopped going to school and started working as a stylist, she had more time to hang out with her friends. Since high school, she had a best friend named Sylvia, to whom she confided all of her secrets and worries. One spring evening in 2018, Denise and her friend were walking around the city when they met Mario, a handsome and happy guy who immediately struck up a conversation with Denise. That same evening, they went on a date. A few days after meeting, Denise invited her chosen one to a family dinner to meet her mother, but Daniela did not agree with her daughter's choice. The woman did not like Denise's lover right away. Something about him scared her. Her mother quickly looked into him and was horrified to find out that Mario was involved in drug trafficking. Daniela had a serious talk with her daughter in the hopes that she would end their relationship. Denise quickly learned that Mario isn't as nice and kind as he acts. The young man tried to control every step of her passport, wanted to know where she went and who she talked to without her permission, took her phone, and checked her accounts and social networks for months. The girl in love hoped that her boyfriend would change so that they could have a strong, long-lasting relationship, but things only got worse as Mario started to treat her like his property. For another thing, she was only 17 years old and wasn't ready to be a mother or take care of a new child. Denise then decided to be honest with her mother and told her everything. She then asked her mother for advice on what to do next. The woman listened to her daughter and told her that she should end the pregnancy, but that was her choice. Denise gave it some more thought and then did what her mother told her to do. She had an abortion. When Panara found out, he was furious. He thought Denise had betrayed him by having the abortion, since she had no right to do so, and only he could decide what to do with the child. The couple's relationship ended, but the young man wouldn't let Denise go and leave her alone. He also promised to hurt her as much as she hurt him in return. He paid for his ex-wife and daughter a trip to one of the fashionable European resorts where they went together. The vacation really did Denise good. She calmed down, became a little relaxed, began to make plans for life again, and seemed to no longer think about Mario. But the vacation was over, and Denise returned home again. Mario did not ask Longpine for his former passport, and almost immediately began an affair with 19-year-old Rocio Martinez. This fiery, aggressive, and conflicted girl was the complete opposite of the quiet and calm Denise could make a scandal in the same place, go into a fight, or throw a tantrum. Rocio also experimented with illegal substances and could easily break the law, knowing that she would not be punished for it. With Mario, they quickly got together and had fun together because the guy could get any illegal drug she asked for, wanting to test its effect on himself. However, Mario couldn't forget and let go of his ex-girlfriend. He still wanted to control her to know where she was and what she was doing. Periodically, he wrote to her on social networks, called her, and even offered to resume the relationship. Denise, who had a very hard time with this breakup, met him from time to time and communicated with him, but was not going to reunite because of fear. When Martinez found out that her boyfriend was communicating with his ex, she made a terrible scandal and, in a fit of rage, screamed that she would kill them both. By that time, Mario had already realized what his chosen one was capable of, so he promised her that it would not happen again. However, Rocio's such an answer did not calm down, and she decided to destroy her rival, if not physically. Then morally, Rocio began to call Denise, showering her with insults and wishing her a speedy death. But this was not enough, and she began to send messages to her rival with threats of violent reprisals. However, Dragon considered these threats to be empty words and did not consider it necessary to contact the police because of them. During that period, Rocio became pregnant, about which the first thing she wrote to her rival, saying that this child is desired and she will keep it for Denise. This news was a painful blow, but soon Martinez, due to poor health and addiction to illegal substances, lost the child, and all her anger she again poured out in a new threatening message to Denise. Denise, wanting to start a new life and forget about Mario, began an affair with a young man named Evan. They got married a month after meeting, and Evan moved in with her husband. Mario was hurt that his relationship with Denise ended so quickly. So quickly after his ex-girlfriend married someone else, he started calling and texting her again to set up dates with her. In November 2018, Mario and Rocio were having dinner at a small diner on the outskirts of the city. The guy left his phone on the table while he went out for a while, and Rocio decided to check it out. That's when she saw the calls and messages Mario had been sending to Dennis Martinez. She had a temper tantrum, screamed, cried, and tried to hit her young man. In response, Mario offered his girlfriend to personally clear things up with Denise. She thought it was her husband knocking on the door, so she opened it without looking through the peephole. Denise was still talking to her friend, so she could hear everything that happened next. When Denise saw her ex-lover's friend at the door, she only had time to say her name out loud and in shock before she was stabbed in the stomach. Rocio then left right away. The wounded Denise, losing consciousness, asked her friend to call an ambulance and told her who attacked her. Dragoni was taken to the hospital in critical condition. Doctors fought desperately for her life for several hours, but the wound was too deep. She lost a lot of blood and it was almost impossible to save her. After Rocio dealt the fatal blow to her rival, she ran back to the car, jumped into the cabin, and told Mario to get out of here. On the way, she confessed everything to him, and together they disposed of the crime weapon and washed the traces of blood off her hands and clothes. Mario decided it would be best for them to hide for a while. He called his relatives who lived in another city and asked them to visit. When they arrived, the relatives noticed that Rocio looked strange and was very nervous, but she wrote it off as malaise. The couple stayed overnight at Mario's relative's house, thinking about what to do and how to proceed. When they learned the next morning that Denise had died from the wound, Rocio immediately called her father and told him everything. She was sure that her dad would use all of his connections to get her out of jail this time, but the policeman's father didn't help his daughter, who had killed another man. He followed her to another city and then turned her over to the police. Sylvia, who had been talking to the victim on the phone at the time of the crime, was one of the main witnesses in the case. The case file also had many threatening messages that Rocio had sent to her rival over the course of the case. Surprisingly, Tobinera wasn't involved in the crime. He denied all guilt and said he only took Rocio to his ex-girlfriend's house so that they could finally get along again and stop fighting. He also said he didn't know Rocio had a knife and didn't see any blood on her hands or clothes when she got back to his car. At their next court date, the couple denied their guilt again, this time saying that they were not at the scene at all. They said they had spent the whole evening at the house of one of Mario's relatives and that someone else had stabbed Denise to death. Martinez said she didn't hate her rival and didn't have any reason to kill her, but Rocio was found guilty and sent to prison for 18.5 years. Mario, on the other hand, got away with everything and started writing a new book right away, forgetting to be careful. Boasts that the girls were ready to kill each other for him. He told them in great detail what happened that terrible night, and the parents of dead Denise quickly learned of it. The Dragon family went back to court, and asked that the man who killed their daughter be punished. This time, Top and Air were arrested, but after a few days, the man was freed on his own recognizance. In the end, he was found not guilty and was freed again. The parents of Denise tried to appeal the court's decision more than once, asking for Rocio's sentence to be lengthened and Mario to be jailed as an accomplice. However, Mario has still not been brought to justice. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. On Wednesday, September 14, 2016, a fire broke out early in the morning at Acorn Woods near Grapevine Lake in Texas, United States. Firefighters successfully extinguished the fire, and during their investigation, they discovered what appeared to be a melted child's paddling pool with a charred body. The individual's gender could not be determined at that point. A subsequent fingerprint analysis identified the deceased as Jackie Vandergriff, a 24-year-old licensed esthetician studying nutrition at Texas Woman's University in Denton. Because she had not been reported missing, law enforcement believes she died shortly after her last known sighting. Jackie was last seen on September 13, one night before her charred body was discovered. That evening, she went to two bars in Denton, Fry Street Public House and Shots and Crafts. Jackie had been mutilated as well as burned. She'd been dismembered. The need to apprehend the perpetrators of such brutality was paramount. Following numerous tips about a man seen near the fire, law enforcement obtained footage of Jackie on the night of September 13. The footage showed her interacting with a man. Further investigation revealed that this man had given his business card to one of the women in the bar that night, claiming to be a fitness instructor and offering his services as a personal trainer. His name was given as Charles Bryant. Jackie and Charles had only met on the night of September 13 through a chance encounter. According to police, Jackie had gone to the bar with the intention of looking for work and meeting someone from Tinder that night, but she changed her plans. While at the bar, she conversed with the bartender and Charles, a 31-year-old man. They eventually joined a group of women and spent time together. Jackie's friends described her as sociable, frequently interacting with people she met on a night out. Charles had been at the Fry Street Public House since around 7 p.m. That evening, he had been with friends earlier, but he was alone in the bar when Jackie arrived around 8 p.m. She asked the bartender about job opportunities and lingered for a while, speaking with both him and Charles. The footage obtained by the police from inside the bar suggested that Jackie was having a good time. Surprisingly, just 45 minutes after her arrival, she tweeted, "I'm glad I decided to leave Tinder and walk to a bar." Jackie, the bartender, and Charles left the original bar around 9 p.m. and went to another nearby establishment. At the next bar, they met a group of women who stayed for about 45 minutes. As inclement weather, including heavy rain, set in, the patrons began making their way home. Jackie then left the bar with Charles and went to the store. This was Jackie's final appearance alive. Charles Bryant had a troubled past, which Jackie was unaware of on that fateful night. In the weeks before their meeting, Charles had been arrested 3 times. His only reason for being in the Denton area was Caitlin Mathis, his ex-girlfriend, despite living 20 miles away in Hazlet. Charles's ex, Caitlin, had recently moved to Denton to attend the University of North Texas and was living on campus. Caitlin had taken legal action, filing a restraining order against him. Caitlin ended the toxic relationship in August 2016, just a few months before the tragic events unfolded, citing Charles' manipulative behavior and narcissism. Even after Caitlin ended their relationship and relocated to Denton, Charles continued to disrupt her life. Police stopped him on campus, resulting in a ban. After yielding, he kept attempting to communicate with Caitlin. Despite the campus ban, he showed up at the restaurant where she worked on August 31 and at Caitlin's door on September 6. Caitlin refrained from answering, fearing for her safety, and immediately contacted the police. Charles left flowers and a letter on her doorstep, prompting authorities to arrest him for trespassing. Charles posted a bond shortly after being arrested, which secured his release. Almost immediately, he contacted Caitlin via a newly created email address, writing, "Here I am, heartbroken, and with a criminal record for bringing the girl I love flowers." In response to these concerning developments, Caitlin obtained an emergency protective order to protect herself from further harassment and potential harm. Despite previous stalking arrests, Charles continued to attempt to contact Caitlin after another stalking arrest. He was released on bond 2 days later. On September 13th, a week after his most recent release, Charles returned to Denton, specifically to the Frey Street public house, which Caitlin frequented. Although law enforcement was aware of Charles and Caitlin's troubled history, there was insufficient evidence linking him to Jackie's murder. While it was determined that he was with Jackie on the night of her death, more evidence was required. The opportunity to question him arose shortly after Jackie's body was discovered, when Charles attempted to contact Caitlin again, violating the restraining order. He was brought in for questioning on September 18, 2016. In the case of Jackie's death, the police had already gathered surveillance footage, interviewed people who were present at the bars, and tracked Charles' movements. Their investigation revealed that on September 14 at 4:41 a.m., Charles went to Walmart and bought a shovel. In addition, a children's paddling pool was discovered missing from his backyard, adding to the concerns surrounding the investigation. When questioned by the police, Charles initially claimed that he had only seen Jackie at the bar. However, as the detective presented a comprehensive and chronological overview of the evidence, it became clear that Charles understood he couldn't deny being with Jackie that night. Eventually, he admitted that Jackie died accidentally while they were together during a consensual but unconventional sexual encounter. Charles told the detective that after they left the bar, Jackie asked him to choke his car with a zip tie. Despite having a zip tie in his vehicle, the police questioned his story, leading to charges of murder and tampering with or fabricating physical evidence against him. The prosecution claimed that Charles and Jackie met that night, went to a second bar, and then returned to his home. During the trial, the medical examiner informed the jury that tests on Jackie's remains found no evidence of sexual assault. The prosecution claimed Jackie's death was not the result of a sexual encounter, but rather of a brutal assault that included strangulation with a zip tie, dismemberment with a knife, and subsequent incineration. According to the prosecution's narrative presented to the jury, the evidence would show that Charles and Jackie met at a bar on September 13th and left together in his car with no one else present. The prosecution emphasized that various pieces of evidence, such as items discovered in DNA testing, would confirm Jackie's presence inside Charles' home. The jury was shown surveillance footage from the bars, and testimonies from bar patrons and employees corroborated the claim that Charles and Jackie were together. The footage showed them leaving the bar at 9:46 p.m., getting into Charles' car and remaining in the parking lot for another 30 minutes before leaving. Subsequent surveillance footage from a dented gas station showed Jackie inside Charles' car at 10:30 p.m., the last confirmed sighting of her alive. Furthermore, Jackie's phone activity indicated a connection to a cell tower in Hazlet, Texas, at approximately 1:30 a.m. on September 14th, as well as the area surrounding Charles' residence. The jury learned that Jackie was carrying a Texas Woman's University bag at the bar, and a matching bag was discovered at Charles' home. A hair-covered zip tie was also discovered in the trash can outside his home. Notably, in Charles' backyard, there was a blue children's paddling pool similar to the one found burned. A circular barren spot near the pool hinted at the presence of another pool. Police discovered a knife inside Charles' home, which they believe was used in Jackie's stabbing and dismemberment, as well as a stun gun in his car. Both items were officially recorded as evidence. During the court proceedings, the medical examiner stated that Jackie died as a result of homicidal violence. It was noted that there was no soot in her airways, indicating that she had died. Ceased before her body was set ablaze. The medical examiner also testified that Jackie's hyoid bone had fractures as a result of upper neck force. A forensic anthropologist explained to the court that the hyoid bone is a U-shaped bone deep in the throat that acts as an anchor for the tongue. The forensic anthropologist testified that Jackie had a broken hyoid bone and fractured ribs. The injuries were found to be more likely to occur near the time of death and were not related to dismemberment. The anthropologist determined that the hyoid bone injury was consistent with strangulation, as it required direct pressure, which is typically caused by manual strangulation or the use of ligatures. However, because Jackie's soft tissue burned during the fire, it was impossible to say definitively whether the fracture was caused manually or by a ligature. The expert agreed that a zip tie could result in such an injury. Furthermore, Jackie sustained a head injury from blunt force trauma that was ruled unlikely to be post-mortem due to significant hemorrhaging stab wounds on her body that appeared unrelated to the dismemberment procedure. And the state's expert claimed that the wounds appeared to have been inflicted while Jackie was still alive, the expert explained. The fact that there was some bleeding around those stab wounds indicates that she was alive when they were received, so they could have bled. The jury discovered that Jackie's body sustained injuries after her death, including the opening of her chest and the removal of her heart, as well as multiple rib fractures. A DNA profile extracted from the zip tie, stun gun, and knife made it nearly impossible that the sample came from anyone other than Jackie. The DNA analyst testified that DNA was found on the stun gun, recovered from his car, and Jackie could not be ruled out as a major contributor. The defense presented its case, arguing that there was no evidence to support the claim that Jackie's death was caused by Charles' violent actions. Instead, they claimed Jackie died during a consensual sexual act. According to the defense, Charles, in a panic, attempted to dispose of Jackie's body. During the trial, defense witnesses discussed the concept of erotica asphyxiation, claiming that those who engage in such activities derive pleasure from depriving their brains of oxygen. The defense argued that a zip tie was used around Jackie's throat as part of a consensual sexual act, which led to her death. According to their account, Jackie's body went limp, which caused Charles to freak out. The defense argued that the subsequent dismemberment and burning of the body were impulsive and chaotic actions motivated by panic and intoxication. Joette Keene, Charles's attorney, acknowledged in her closing arguments that Charles made a terrible mistake, stating that he is guilty of making a horrible mistake when something goes wrong. There was no reason for a good-looking guy to kill that good-looking girl. In contrast, the prosecution's closing statements called into question the defense's narrative, claiming that there was no evidence to support the claim that Charles and Jackie engaged in sexual activity. They dismissed the defense's argument that Charles' panic is illogical, emphasizing the gravity of his actions. The defense claims he freaked out, but their own experts determined it was homicidal violence. Why cut out the heart? What is the significance of body disposal? He slashed her heart out. I want that image to sink in. The jury had to decide whether Jackie was murdered, killed on purpose, or died as a result of a consensual sexual act. They convicted Charles of murder and tampering with evidence. He was sentenced to life in prison for murder and 20 years for tampering. The sentences will be served concurrently. Prior to the trial, there was much speculation as to the possible motive. Prosecutors are concerned if there is no clear motive, as jurors prefer to hear a complete story and explanation of what occurred. They must be certain of their verdict before being convicted. And, in many cases, a motive strengthens the prosecution's case. In this case, the prosecution had no motivation. But does it matter? When does the evidence become clear? Do we require a motive? In cases like this, the motivation is usually sexual. However, the prosecution argued that there was no evidence of sexual activity. We don't need to know what went through Charles Bryant's mind that night. Did he want to do it? And he did. Jackie's parents have partnered with Texas Women's University to establish an endowment in her memory. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Greed, envy, and the desire to accumulate wealth with little effort frequently drive people to commit the most heinous and cynical crimes. It's difficult to imagine how cruel a person can be in the pursuit of quick riches. As an example, consider the murder of a close relative. The story of Elizabeth Vasquez is truly shocking and terrifying. This kind and hardworking woman dedicated her entire life to the betterment of her family, striving to provide her beloved daughter with the best possible education. But the greedy heiress and her boyfriend did the unthinkable. For several years, this complex case sparked controversy and shocked the public with its inhumanity, demonstrating how a young woman can easily decide to murder her own mother. Let us try to understand how a prosperous and well-off family produced a true monster devoid of any feelings of pity, remorse, or conscience. The Vasquez family is large and happy. Elizabeth Lillian Vasquez Muvia was born in Catamarca, northwestern Peru, in 1967. She was the oldest of 6 children born to Ernesto Vasquez and Maria Muvila. Her parents were hardworking, simple people who worked hard to provide for their large family, including an education and a chance at a better life. The Vasquez family was friendly and happy. Elizabeth began helping her mother care for her younger siblings at a young age. She was an excellent student who graduated with honors, allowing her to easily gain admission to the prestigious university's Faculty of Law and Economics. While attending university, she met a young man named Alejandro Espino, who was also studying law and was regarded as one of the best students in his class. The two developed a romantic relationship that grew quickly, and they were officially married in 1987. Elizabeth's parents supported her decision from the start and happily welcomed her son-in-law into the family. Alejandro was a serious, intelligent, ambitious, and purposeful man who could properly care for their eldest daughter. Initially, the newlyweds lived in the Vasquez family home. However, after 6 months, Elizabeth became pregnant, and they decided to move into their separate home with only their daughter about a year after their marriage in 1988. The couple welcomed their only joint heir, whom they named Elizabeth Vasquez Espino, affectionately known as Elita in the family. The girl became the focus of all her numerous relatives' attention, as well as her parents' greatest joy. Several years after the birth of their daughter, the couple, whose careers were steadily improving, decided to relocate to Peru's capital, Lima. Alejandro was then vying for a prosecutor position in an anti-corruption department, while Elizabeth had started her own legal consulting firm. Both worked tirelessly for the benefit of their family, but were unable to devote enough time to their young daughter, confronted with an unsatisfactory experience hiring a nanny who did not perform her duties diligently. The young mother decided to send her daughter to her parents' entire market so that they could care for the heiress. Maria and Ernesto readily agreed and were overjoyed to have their granddaughter stay with them for a while. Notably, their youngest daughter, Giovanna, is elite. His aunt was only a few years older than Elita, so they got along well and interacted like sisters. Because of their complete dedication to work, the parents rarely saw their daughter and compensated by showering her with gifts during visits. Elita's stay at her grandparents' home lasted several years, and when her parents decided to bring her back to Lima, she had already begun school. It's worth noting that the abrupt change in environments did not help the girl, and she took some time to adjust to life in the bustling, noisy capital after the quiet, almost provincial Catamarca and the difficult parent-daughter relationship. As a child, Elita was quiet and well-behaved. She strived for academic excellence by studying music and foreign languages. She had a close and trusting relationship with her parents, who tried to make up for the years of forced separation. Elizabeth aspires to be more than just his mother. She wants to be his best friend, someone with whom she can share her most intimate thoughts. This remained true until Elita turned 15, when her elitist personality deteriorated rapidly. Tantra transformed her into a rude person. I stopped listening to her parents. She abandoned her studies, became involved in bad company, and worst of all, began stealing money from her parents' wallet. Elizabeth tried a variety of methods to connect with her daughter, hoping it was just a phase that Elita would outgrow. However, the girl frequently instigated heated arguments with her mother, resulting in hysterics and tears. During these times, Alejandro usually remained neutral, but if Elita sought his help, he frequently took her side. Elita was deeply hurt and offended by being constantly compared to her smart, beautiful, successful, and hard-working mother. Next to Elizabeth, Elita appeared to be the ugly duckling, completely opposite of her mother in every way. She lacked striking features, was overweight, lazy, and temperamental, frequently lied, and did not hesitate to steal. Elita had numerous complexes about her appearance, and when she expressed a desire for plastic surgery, Elizabeth, eager to please her daughter and mend their relationship, did not stop her. Elizabeth paid for her daughter's first rhinoplasty, followed by several more surgeries. When Alejandro and Elizabeth decided to divorce in 2007, their 18-year-old daughter reacted with a hysterical outburst, screaming, insulting, and blaming her mother for driving her father away. At the time, the family was in the United States, and the divorce caused some complications for citizens of other countries. Nonetheless, they returned home as divorced people and started living separately. By mutual agreement, the now adult but still dependent daughter remained at her mother's house. They continued to have heated arguments, and Alita would call her father crying and begging him to take her in. However, Alejandro, who had moved on with a new love, was reluctant to do so. He always persuaded the leader to reconcile with her mother and wait a little longer until she completed university and began her independent life. Despite her poor academic performance, bad character, and provocative behavior, elitist parents enrolled her in the law faculty of one of Peru's most prestigious universities. Our father and mother decided not to skimp on their only child's education, despite the cost. Elite has an untrustworthy boyfriend, and Alita has had her fair share of teen romances. But at 19, she felt truly in love for the first time. It all began on a Sunday morning at church, where she met a charming young man named Fernando Gonzalez. He couldn't take his gaze away from her during the service, and afterward, he approached her to introduce himself to Alita. Fernando appeared like a prince, handsome, attentive, and pleasant in voice. He invited her for coffee and conversation. As it turned out, he had a habit of scouting churches for young, well-dressed girls who arrived in luxury cars, then striking up a conversation, charming them, and playing on their emotions. He'd tell stories about his difficult childhood in a large family abandoned by their father, and how he was now supporting his mother, brothers, and sisters while working multiple jobs. Wealthy and naive girls would sympathize and offer him money. He occasionally managed to keep a wealthy girlfriend for a few months, but they usually left him once the truth was revealed. He was just an unemployed slacker who enjoyed the high life. Alita fell easily into Fernando's trap because she had complexes and always considered herself unattractive. She couldn't believe such a handsome man had noticed her and was willing to give him everything she had, or rather, everything her mother possessed. She told her mother everything, resulting in their first candid conversation in years. Elizabeth believed she had a chance to mend their relationship, especially since the leader had met the boy in church, which appeared promising, and assumed he was a good person. Fernando made a good first impression on Elizabeth. He told her his dramatic life story, and she believed him, concluding that such a good boy deserved help. She rented him a cozy apartment near Central Lima and agreed to pay 70s of the monthly rent. She also paid for his business school tuition, promising him a job with her company later. Fernando appeared to appreciate her generosity and was eager to begin studying. He was not interested in attending boring lectures or working. He only wanted to have fun and spend someone else's money. He gladly moved into the rented apartment but never paid anything for it, claiming to be broke and promising to repay later. It soon became clear that Fernando had only attended a few business school classes before quitting. Following a serious conversation with Elizabeth, he appeared to be sorry. She decided to give him a second chance and hired him as a courier for her company. On his first day, he not only failed to complete a simple task but also betrayed other employees who had trusted him with sensitive documents. Elizabeth finally realized that this young man had charmed her daughter only to exploit her for his own gain. He had no intention of studying or working. She then forbade Alita from seeing him, causing her daughter to become angry and resentful. The leader screamed and cried, accusing her mother of attempting to destroy her life and steal her happiness. She refused to listen to reason and insisted on continuing to see Fernando despite the couple's failed separation attempt. Elizabeth decided to send her daughter to her parents' house for a while, naively believing that if Alita didn't see her boyfriend for a few months, her feelings would subside and Fernando would find another wealthy fool to exploit. But Elizabeth was gravely mistaken. Alita continued to communicate with her boyfriend via phone and social media, and her resentment of her mother only grew. Fernando had to leave the rental apartment because Elizabeth refused to pay for it. However, he found a smaller place rented for him by his young lover using her mother's money. As a spoiled child, Alita had some financial freedom and was able to use some of her mother's accounts. When summer vacation ended and university resumed, Alita rushed to see her boyfriend, who once again asked for money. She withdrew a significant amount from her mother's account and gave it to him, resulting in a heated argument with her mother later that evening. When Elizabeth noticed the missing funds, she decided to block access to her accounts, leaving her with only a small weekly allowance for personal expenses. This decision strained an already tense relationship. They barely spoke, mostly arguing, and Elizabeth's attempts to contact her daughter were unsuccessful. The monstrous plan. Fernando became enraged during one of their romantic dates when a leader failed to deliver the money he demanded. He cursed Elizabeth, screaming that she had a lot of money but wouldn't give it to her only daughter, and add that if Elizabeth died, adult Elida would inherit all of her wealth and they could live lavishly. This terrible idea took root in the minds of the elitists and grew stronger with each day. She was constantly complaining about how much she despised her mother, blaming her for all of her misfortunes, and fantasizing about how wonderful it would be if she disappeared. The young lovers began to devise a monstrous and cynical plan to eliminate Vasquez, including who they could recruit as accomplices. At the time, Elizabeth had nearly $3 million in her accounts, a successful business that could be sold, a large house in an affluent area of the capital, several cars, and significant life insurance coverage. If she dies, her only child will inherit everything. Elida Elizabeth seemed to sense danger, and she realized she couldn't keep her daughter away from the mercenary and deceitful young man who had a negative influence on her. The situation was escalating and could end in the most unexpected way. Elizabeth, an experienced lawyer, drafted a will stating that in the event of her sudden disappearance or untimely death, all money and property should be transferred to Ernesto Vasquez, her father. She even managed to visit her parents and inform them of her decision. Meanwhile, Elida intends to stage her mother's kidnapping and murder by suspected criminals who will never be found. She and Fernando decided to enlist the help of a tough guy, or, at the very least, a courtenay holder, with the promise of generous payment for his services. He accepted the offer without hesitation, a crime against his own mother. On January 24, 2010, 21-year-old Elida met with her 23-year-old boyfriend to finalize the plan for the crime that would occur the following day. She remained calm and collected, already planning how she would spend the millions she had inherited. The next morning, January 25, Elida chose to stay at home rather than attend university due to illness. When her mother left to work, Fernando and Jorge were already lurking outside the house, waiting for Elida to distract the guard and let them in. Elida approached the guard on duty and asked him to get pain relievers from the nearest pharmacy, which was only a 5-minute walk away. This brief absence allowed the young men to enter the house and hide in the master bedroom. When Elizabeth returned, the leader loudly dropped the glass in the kitchen, signaling her attackers to assemble. When Elizabeth entered her room, Fernando knocked her to the ground and began choking her, while George held her down. Elizabeth miraculously managed to break free and run into the hallway, where her own daughter kicked her in the head. They restrained Elizabeth while she was conscious. However, their plans were thwarted by Maria Celine, a young servant girl who Elida tricked into another room and locked inside. When Elizabeth regained consciousness, her daughter, boyfriend, and accomplice brutally tortured her in an attempt to obtain the safe code and bank account passwords. Terrified, Elizabeth knew her daughter was in trouble, but she had always blamed it on Gonzalez as a negative influence. She now saw her only daughter's monstrous nature. Elizabeth was able to loosen the restraints and fight back against her daughter, scratching and punching her until Fernando knocked her to the ground. Elida became enraged and kicked her mother, eventually smothering her with a pillow until she stopped breathing. The trio then bound Elizabeth's lifeless body, duct-taped her mouth shut, and placed her in the trunk of her own car. Staging a kidnapping, Elida then dispatched another guard to get medication, allowing her accomplices to drive off the property. She released her to terrified Maria, falsely claiming that she and her mother had quarreled but reconciled and that her mother had gone to bed. A strange story about a kidnapping during the search for a missing woman. As was customary in the morning, the maid prepared breakfast. But Elida entered the kitchen and informed her that her mother had gone to work early due to an important meeting. Elida then left the house to visit her mother's workplace. She walked into the office of Jessica Hippo, her mother's best friend and accountant, and broke down in tears, reporting that her mother was missing and that she was receiving strange, threatening, and ransom calls. The accountant immediately began blocking the accounts to prevent the intruders from accessing them, reported the incident to the police, and then left the office for a while. When she returned, Elida had left, and the office was in disarray, as if someone was searching for something. Later, it was discovered that Elizabeth's will had gone missing, which Elida had learned the day before by overhearing a phone conversation with a key she had stolen from her mother. Elida had also taken a copy of the will and cash from the safe while her mother was studying. Police arrived and inspected the house, interviewing both the missing woman's daughter and the office staff, but found no useful information. Everyone claimed that Vasquez had no enemies and that no one had threatened her, so no one was initially named as a suspect. The The primary hypothesis was that it was a kidnapping for ransom. All that remained was to wait for a call from the criminals to receive additional instructions and demands. A terrifying discovery, and the initial suspect. Elizabeth's disappearance was discovered the following day. It was reported that her car had been abandoned in a vacant lot outside of town. The inside was empty, but when law enforcement officers opened the trunk, they were astounded by what they discovered. Inside was the lifeless body of a missing woman, with signs of beatings. Forensic experts found dozens of bruises, severe head trauma, and rope marks on the victim's body, indicating that she was tied up and attempted to free herself. It was also determined that Vasquez died as a result of asphyxiation. Particles of blood and epithelium were discovered under her fingernails, indicating that she had resisted. It was now necessary to identify who the blood belonged to. Elida appeared in the lineup as a grieving daughter, crying, wailing, and appearing almost unconscious. However, during the interrogation, she behaves very differently. She was calm, even cold-blooded, and she was visibly annoyed by the investigators' questions. Furthermore, she contradicted herself repeatedly during her testimony when the police decided to check the information about the kidnappers' calls and sent a request to the cell phone company. It turned out that Elida had not received any calls. It also turned out that in the days preceding and following her mother's disappearance, Alicia had been in frequent contact with Juan Fernando Gonzalez, whom they also decided to question. However, the young man either insisted on his innocence or remained silent, resulting in irrefutable evidence and an arrest. Elizabeth's maternal grandparents were in charge of her funeral, while Elizabeth herself was unconcerned, focusing solely on how to get out of the situation, remain free, and save money. She called her father, who was already aware of the incident and crying, and told him she was innocent and asked for help. Her father advised her not to say too much and promised to get her out of the situation, despite knowing full well who had committed the crime. However, he did not want his daughter to go to prison because it would have brought shame to Alejandro, who was a powerful and respected man at the time, serving as Justice of the Peace and President of the Supreme Court. Meanwhile, forensic analysis revealed that the blood and skin particles under the deceased's fingernails belonged to her daughter. Elida attempted to claim that she had a serious disagreement with her mother, and that they had briefly quarreled before reconciling, but no one believed her. Further inspection of Elizabeth's room with special equipment revealed numerous white traces of blood throughout the house, including in the elitist room, despite her attempts to wipe away the evidence. At the very least, a story that she had an argument with her mother in the evening, but then made up, and that her mother left early for work the next morning and was never seen again, quickly fell apart. She contradicted herself, first claiming that she had not entered her mother's room, and then recalling that the ransom calls were entirely her creation. The testimony of the maid, Maria Solen, was crucial in the case. She described how, on the night of the crime, she was locked in a room where she could hear Elizabeth's screams and sounds of struggle, but could not intervene. After that night, she never saw her employer again, and Elida insisted that everything was fine with her mother, who had simply left for work early. All of this culminated in the arrest of Elida and her boyfriend, the criminal trio, and the battle for the inheritance. Elida was arrested at her mother's home. Her boyfriend was apprehended a few hours later at an entertainment venue. The next morning, George was arrested after Fernando betrayed him by attempting to blame him for the crime. It is worth noting that Gonzalez was the first to testify, in the hopes that cooperating with the investigation would benefit him and help to mitigate his sentence. Meanwhile, Alejandro hires the best lawyers for his daughter, but realizes she will not be able to avoid punishment. At the same time, he began dealing with Vasquez's inheritance, intending to claim it for himself, since the will had vanished and the heiress faced a lengthy prison sentence. He claimed that he and Elizabeth never divorced, but instead lived apart while remaining legally married. Meanwhile, Ernesto Vasquez, an elitist grandfather, decided to pay a visit to his favorite granddaughter in prison to look her in the eyes, and he couldn't believe that the girl he had known and raised since infancy could commit such a heinous crime. However, Elida acted arrogantly, shouting, insulting the older man, and stating that she did not want to see him again. This encounter deeply upset him, resulting in a heart attack from which he was unable to recover and died 6 months later. The Vasquez family was unable to prove the existence of the will left in their Nestos name because the document vanished from Elizabeth's office and the notary's database, seemingly taken care by Alejandro. All documents and references to the couple's divorce have mysteriously vanished, leaving Alejandro with the right to claim the deceased's inheritance, as well as the trial and verdict. Despite Elida Fernando and George's attempts to shift blame to one another, the investigation successfully reconstructed the events of that fateful evening, determining each participant's role in the crime. It was also established that the trio engaged in a deliberate conspiracy, which aggravated their guilt. Maria, the maid, testified that Alejandro threatened her and demanded that she give a different version of events, but she refused. In May 2012, the court convicted all three defendants. Initially, the prosecutor requested that each murderer be sentenced to 30 years in prison. While the men pleaded guilty, Elida repeatedly played the victim. Fernando and George were eventually sentenced to 28 years each, but the elitist trial was postponed. Elida claimed that the perpetrators were hired by relatives on her mother's side, who fabricated the inheritance story to seize Elizabeth's property and money. Her father had the same version of events. Attempts to declare Elida mentally ill and vulnerable to manipulation by criminals were also unsuccessful. Alejandro proposed sending her to a psychiatric hospital rather than prison, declaring her insane and incapable of fully inheriting his wife's estate. Finally, in December 2012, the court issued its final decision, sentencing Elida to a maximum of 30 years in prison. She and her accomplices are still serving their sentences in prison. The disputed inheritance remains unresolved. In the spring of 2021, Ala 100 died without becoming the sole heir. The Vasquez family, through the court, seeks to exclude Elida from the list of claimants to Elizabeth's property, citing her incarceration for murder. Currently, the primary claimant for the Maria Muvila is Elizabeth's mother. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. According to psychologists, teenagers typically commit crimes for three reasons: a desire to assert themselves and gain authority among their peers, an addiction to alcohol or illegal drugs, and, most importantly, a sense of impunity. Even for the most serious crimes, minors frequently face lenient sentences due to their young age. In our story today, a schoolgirl named Mackenzie Sharilla became the perpetrator of a terrible tragedy that claimed 2 lives at once. However, the girl did not feel remorse for her crime and stated during the trial that she could do almost anything to stay alive. However, she does not consider herself cool. Mackenzie repeatedly changed her testimony, blaming everything on a lapse in memory, and appeared to be confident until the very end that she would get away with it. But the judge's verdict literally stunned the young criminal and her mother, who was desperately defending her daughter. But let's get to the bottom of this. Who is Mackenzie Sharilla? Mackenzie Sharilla was born in August 2004 in the quiet town of Strongsville, Ohio. As the family's third child, her parents, John Gorilla and Natalie Stevens, tried to raise their heirs with love and care, providing a good education and encouraging all endeavors. The youngest daughter was the family's favorite. She was forgiven for many pranks as a child, and even serious misdemeanors were frequently overlooked. Mackenzie grew up to be a capricious, demanding, and selfish girl. She was accustomed to the fact that her parents always did what she asked, and she was also confident in her own impunity no matter what she did. The girl's classmates and teachers observed that she was a pleasant and open child when she was younger. However, as she grew older, her character and behavior deteriorated. If something went wrong, she would throw a real tantrum, act impudently and impatiently, swear, and even get into a fight. Mackenzie did not consider anyone else's opinions except her own. Her words should always come last, and she prioritized her own interests above all else. The girl's personality deteriorated during adolescence, but her parents saw nothing wrong with this, believing that her daughter is in a transitional period and should be treated with understanding and patience. However, bad character was far from the worst of the issues. Mackenzie was addicted to alcohol during high school and occasionally dabbled in illegal drugs, but she got away with it. Often the girl's actions were reckless and posed a direct threat not only to herself, but also to those around her. Parents continued to ignore or refuse to acknowledge the obvious problem. Mackenzie, like many of her peers, was an avid social media user who rarely took her smartphone out of her hand. She frequently posted provocative photos of herself smoking or drinking alcohol on her account, with equally provocative comments. Mackenzie's friends were exactly like her. They vandalized organized pogroms, fought, stole, and were repeatedly apprehended by the police. However, the young people were only given warnings and educational talks, reinforcing their belief in their own impunity. Dominic Russo, a young man, was also a Strongsville native. He was born in September 2001, the fourth of 7 children for Frank and Christine Russo. The boy grew up with 3 brothers and 3 sisters, with whom he was always very close. Dominic excelled in school, was an active participant in sports from a young age, and strived for a healthy lifestyle, despite having grown up in a large family. He and his brothers and sisters were not denied parental love, attention, or care. Frank and Christine were moderately strict with their children, while also encouraging their overall development. Dominic always had a lot of friends. He was accustomed to being the center of attention and became the heart of any business. The young man had a bright and attractive appearance, was trim and interesting, and he had many admirers from a young age. He tried to avoid fleeting romances, instead focusing on serious and promising relationships. Rousseau enrolled in a local university after graduating from high school, where he chose to specialize as a performing arts producer. He aspired to be a well-known music producer. In addition to being talented and versatile, Dominic writes and performs his own songs. By the age of 20, the man already had his own small business, so he purchased a car and rented a separate apartment in a desirable neighborhood. At the same time, he continued to participate in sports and was regarded as one of the university's top students. First love. Dominic and Mackenzie first met as members of the graduating class. It happened at one of the parties in the company of mutual friends, and this unintentional encounter proved fatal for both of them. Young people were diametrically opposed, and opposites attract. Mackenzie was immediately drawn to a handsome, curly-haired young man with a strong musical background. He was very different from the guys she usually hung out with. He was well educated, polite, and interesting, and he could hold a conversation about anything. Mackenzie had a striking appearance and a slim figure. She dressed well and knew how to make a good impression. She used all of her charm to get the guy she like's attention, and she was successful fairly quickly. The couple began dating in the fall of 2021, and they almost immediately introduced the chosen one to their parents. But while Mackenzie's parents were overjoyed with her choice and thought Dominic was an excellent couple for their daughter, the guy's parents had mixed feelings about his passport. On the one hand, the girl appeared innocent and attempted to make a good impression on them. However, something in her immediately alerted Frank and Christine Russo, Cheryl's friends and family members. We are confident that Mackenzie fell in love for the first time in her life and sincerely hoped that the relationship with the chosen one would positively affect her character and behavior. Nobody could have predicted the tragedy that would bring this useful romance to an end. The couple began to appear everywhere together, holding hands and openly expressing their deep affection for each other. The relationship became widely known in the small town. Those who knew Mackenzie well genuinely felt sorry for her boyfriend, but the majority were simply happy for them. What was wrong with her? Dominic began to notice oddities in his girlfriend's behavior, such as her defiant antics and desire to make everyone around her do exactly what she wanted. At first, he didn't pay much attention to it, blaming it all on his youth and desire for attention. The young people planned their future together, including getting married as soon as Mackenzie turned 18. They also intend to leave their home province and work together to conquer a major city. Ideally, Dominic's time in New York would provide him with numerous opportunities to pursue a successful career in the music industry and fully demonstrate his talent. But as time passed, Mackenzie's behavior became increasingly alarming and sometimes even scared the guy she demanded from her boyfriend. But he only did what she asked, and if he didn't agree with her on something, she caused scandals, threw tantrums, and acted like a little capricious child. Dominic initially attempted to turn everything into a joke, but quickly realized that this is the true face of his chosen one. In public, she was still trying to hold on, but when she was alone with her boyfriend, he unleashed the full force of his emotions on him, sometimes even pounced on him with fists. Mackenzie's behavior became increasingly aggressive, and eventually, the young man decided he'd had enough. He suggested that she take a break from the relationship and sort out her feelings. However, when Mackenzie learned of this, he had a public fight in front of their mutual friends. She screamed, threatened dominance, said she would kill him if he left her, and threatened to burn down his house and destroy his car. However, she only increased his confidence that he was doing the right thing by ending this toxic and unsatisfactory relationship, obsessive stalking. Mackenzie had no intention of abandoning her boyfriend, and at first she pretended nothing had happened. She continued to invite him to various parties and events, as well as post photos of them together on social media, accompanied by declarations of love. When Dominic firmly told her that their relationship was over, she exploded with rage. Mackenzie went to his house almost every day and shouted a variety of nasty things, insults, and threats through his windows. She called him from various numbers, left messages on his answering machine, posted on social media, and emailed him. Mackenzie then swore in love and offered to try to start over. The insulting and threatening behavior resumed. Russo was puzzled. He simply did not know how to respond to such behavior because he had never encountered it before. He tried talking, ignoring the ex-lover and even recording her threatening moments on several occasions. Tantrums on his phone. When Sharilla saw his ex-boyfriend on the street or in another public place, he began to scream and insult him in front of passers-by. She'd turned Dominic's life into a nightmare, but he hoped that with a little more time, she would leave him alone and move on to someone else. Mackenzie declared in front of witnesses that killing Dominic was easier than letting him go. Mackenzie stated that if he did not return to her, no one would have him, and she would handle the situation. The young man didn't take these words seriously. However, those around him realized Mackenzie was not joking. The schoolgirl's most frequent threats included promises to hit and run over the guy with a car, to put him in the car and drive off a cliff, or to stop on the railroad in front of a rushing train. Each option sounded terrifying, and Mackenzie described each one in detail, as if she had it all planned out long ago and was just waiting for the right time and unexpected reconciliation. When Mackenzie realized that threats and insults would not help her get Dominic back, but would only alienate him, she decided to change her tactics. Mackenzie became sweet and charming again, stopped pressuring and harassing her ex-boyfriend, and instead tried her hardest to pretend that she realized her mistakes and wanted to change for the better. She discussed her upcoming enrollment, asked for help getting to university, claimed to have gotten smarter, and was most concerned about the final exams. Such changes pleasantly surprised Dominic D., who despite everything still had tender feelings for his former girlfriend and decided to assist her with university enrollment. As a result, they resumed contact and communication with one another. Gradually, the couple grew closer again. Dominic began to invite Mackenzie on dates, desired to spend all of his free time with her, and believed she had changed, matured, and become more serious and responsible. He didn't notice how he fell in love with her again, and all of his previous offenses remained in the past. However, this time around, the young people were not in a hurry to inform all of their friends and acquaintances about their reunion. Their meetings were more like secret dates, where they simply enjoyed each other's company while avoiding the close attention of others. When Dominic's own brother Angelo learned about what was going on, he predicted that nothing good would come of it, but the young man in love ignored his words, a devious plan. While Dominic naively rejoiced at being reunited with his girlfriend and the changes he believed had occurred to her, Mackenzie devised a terrifying revenge plan against the young man. She became so fascinated by the concept of a car and a spectacular car crash that she began to plan out the scenario in detail. In her spare time, she spent hours driving around the city, looking for a location suitable for the execution of her plan. However, there were no high and steep cliffs nearby, and she thought going out on the tracks while waiting for a train was a bad idea. One day, she drove into a nearby industrial area, which was fairly secluded with no cameras and few cars. The schoolgirl's attention was drawn to a massive brick wall, and her vivid imagination immediately devised a new, no less heinous plan. She decided that if she accelerated to the maximum possible speed and crashed into the wall, it would be just as spectacular as falling off a cliff into an abyss. It should be noted that Mackenzie originally intended to die alongside her lover so that their story could be retold by the entire city. She even informed her best friend about it. But her friends simply did not believe in the seriousness of her intentions because Mackenzie had previously entertained such delusional ideas, but everything was limited to empty conversations, a disastrous execution of the plan, and an unintentional victim. At the end of July 2022, Just a week before her 18th birthday, Mackenzie suggested to Dominic that they attend an upcoming party hosted by their mutual friends. It would be a good opportunity to have fun, unwind, and let everyone know that they were back together and loved each other dearly. The young man readily consented. He still didn't feel threatened by Mackenzie and trusted her sincerity and intentions. The event was scheduled for Saturday, July 30, and Dominic and Mackenzie appeared in the middle of the party, holding hands, drawing the attention of everyone present. They appeared happy, smiled, and openly expressed affection and feelings for one another. Friends were overjoyed with their reunion, remarking that they are a stunning and harmonious couple. The young people had a great time all evening and night, willingly being photographed and kissing in public without China's permission. But no one expected such a terrible tragedy to end this party. The couple drank a little, as did everyone else at the event, but Mackenzie secretly took a dose of illegal drugs for courage so as not to change his mind, and did not hit the brakes at the last minute. In the morning, Russo and Sharilla said their goodbyes and drove away, but then a friend of the guy, Ivan Flanagan, followed them and asked for a ride home. Mackenzie tried to object, claiming that they had their own plans, but Dominic saw nothing wrong with giving his friend a ride. Mackenzie agreed to sign Damien's death warrant because he did not want to fight, raise suspicions, or change plans. Despite her lover's objections, Mackenzie drove the car. Her boyfriend sat beside her in the passenger seat, and her friend sat behind him. The car started and slowly moved away from the party venue, embarking on its most recent journey. Mackenzie drove quietly down the main street, staying within the speed limit and trying not to draw attention to herself. She came to a complete stop at a traffic light, although the road was empty. Mackenzie reconsidered her strategy as their passengers dozed off. She later claimed that she wanted to die in the accident, but the perpetrator was clearly lying because she had fastened her seatbelt during the last stop while their passengers remained unbuckled. When the light turned green, she accelerated and then made a sharp turn onto a poorly lit secondary road leading into an industrial area. Obviously, the guys did not immediately realize what was going on. The car accelerated to top speed, almost as if the devil himself had possessed the driver, but Mackenzie continued to press hard on the gas pedal, steering the car into a blank brick wall, a bystander, and a miraculous rescue. There was no one in the industrial area early Sunday morning, so no one noticed the accident or rushed to help. Only one woman who lived on the outskirts, not far from the accident site, heard the bang and wasn't too lazy to go outside to investigate. She noticed smoke, and as she got closer, realized there had been a car accident, so she ran back inside to call emergency services. Medics arrived on the scene about a half hour after the accident, but the two men in the car could not be saved. They died on the spot. The girl behind the wheel was alive. Her seatbelt and airbags saved her life. Mackenzie was unconscious and her legs were trapped inside the mangled car, but she was breathing, and her pulse was clearly palpable, giving her hope for survival. She opened her eyes several times while being released from the car, but she was clearly unconcerned about what was happening around her. Mackenzie was immediately transported to the hospital, where she was diagnosed with multiple fractures and internal organ damage. Blood tests revealed that she was under the influence of both alcohol and drugs. However, the doctor believes that is what kept her from dying of painful shock. While help was on its way, the investigation leads to a confession. When the police received the results of Mackenzie's test, they assumed that she was under the influence of illegal substances and did not realize what she was doing, possibly trying to drive through the wall or not seeing any obstacles in her path. This version's lack of braking distance worked in its favor. Cherie Bella was unconscious in the intensive care unit following a complex operation, making it impossible to speak with her. However, she quickly realized what she had done and began to sob and pour out her soul to the doctor on duty. She admitted that she purposefully drove into the wall at high speed because she wanted to kill her boyfriend and had planned to die alongside him. Mackenzie also stated that Ivan was an unintentional victim due to his own obsession because he asked to accompany them. The doctor dismissed the patient's rambling story as a delusional state caused by anesthesia, painkillers, and guilt over the death of a loved one. When the police were allowed to speak with the recovering Mackenzie, she abruptly changed her testimony. Mackenzie now claims she has almost no memory of what happened that night because she drank and used illegal substances. According to the girl, she had a lapse in memory after getting behind the wheel, including how Ivan was in the vehicle. She has no idea However, the facts indicated otherwise. The surveillance cameras were able to track the first part of the car's route, and the footage clearly showed Mackenzie driving slowly and following the rules until she abruptly turned onto a road leading to an industrial zone. Furthermore, it emerged that Mackenzie had driven the entire route both ways several days prior, and at least a dozen witnesses had seen her car return to normal at various points. Mackenzie recovered quickly after being discharged from the hospital and attempted to resume her carefree life. She felt no remorse and was confident she could get away with it. Mackenzie was back on social media, reconnecting with friends and making plans for the future. In September, she decided to attend a concert by her favorite band in a neighboring city. Her legs' bones hadn't fully fused at the time, but that didn't stop her from performing on stage in a wheelchair. At the same time, she wore bright makeup, dressed provocatively, and took selfies with friends, which she posted to her account. Sharilla attended a Halloween party in October, dressed in a pre-made costume. Mackenzie lived life to the fullest and even met new people. However, on November 4, 2022, she was taken into custody, tried, and sentenced. The investigation took just over 3 months to gather the evidence and proof required to bring the case to trial. Mackenzie was charged with premeditated aggravated double murder, as well as possessing and using a controlled substance discovered in her pocket and detected in her blood. The defendant changed her testimony several times, initially citing a lapse in memory. When her friend testified in court as a witness, to whom she revealed her plan, Mackenzie changed her strategy, stating that she wanted to die alongside her lover. Even here, inconsistencies were quickly discovered because he had previously fastened her with a seatbelt. On August 21, 2023, Sharilla was found guilty of all charges. However, an important detail was taken into account: the time of the crime. She wasn't yet 18 years old. She was tried as a minor because she was 5 days from reaching the age of majority. Under state law, she was entitled to at least 2 consecutive 15-year sentences without parole for each murder, but due to her young age, she was allowed to serve both sentences concurrently, making her eligible for parole after 15 years. By then, Mackenzie would be 33 years old. Both sides were disappointed with the court's decision. Family members of the deceased young people stated that they would seek a review of the case in order to increase the punishment, whereas parents and Mackenzie's lawyer believed the sentence was excessive and filed an appeal. However, the judge left the sentence unchanged, noting that he did not believe Sharilla would be released after 15 years in prison. The defendants, in his opinion, did not repent for the evil they had done and acted arrogantly and even insolently in court. But now she will have enough time to reflect on her heinous act. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Imagine waking up one day and discovering that someone you know has vanished without a word. That's what happened to Tina Sandoval in a Colorado town, 1995. Her story is reminiscent of a gripping mystery, complete with strange behavior and a failed marriage. In this story, we'll go over her strange disappearance and the shocking truth that surfaced more than 20 years later, leaving everyone stunned. Christina Tina Marie Tournay Sandoval got her start in Windsor, Colorado. Michael and Mary Ellen Tournay welcomed their child on March 17, 1972. She was a determined and energetic young woman who excelled in many areas of her life. Tina graduated from Windsor High School, where she not only studied, but also competed in track, volleyball, basketball, and knowledge bowl. Her talents extended beyond sports. She played trumpet in the school band and sang in the choir. As the second child among her parents' 9 children, she naturally assumed the role of caring for her siblings, instilling in her a strong sense of compassion for others. Tina's nurturing instinct drove her to pursue a career in nursing, and after high school, she earned an associate's degree in nursing from IEFM's Community College. During her college years, she met John Sandoval, who wanted to be a radiology technician. Tina's commitment to her education was unwavering. She also furthered her education by earning a BS in nursing from the University of Northern Colorado. To fund her education, she worked as a licensed practical nurse on weekends at Northern Colorado Medical Center. Tina's commitment to excellence was reflected in her academic achievements. She graduated from ONC in May 1995, ranking in the top 5s of her nursing class. Tina started her nursing career in the oncology department of the North Colorado Medical Center. Tina's personal life was marked by her marriage to John Sandoval, which took place on December 31, 1991, in the picturesque Colorado Rocky Mountains. However, their marriage was fraught with difficulties, and Tina filed for divorce less than 2 years after their wedding. Her determination to move on with her life and a positive outlook on the future prompted her to move into a new apartment and resume dating. Susan Turnai, Tina's sister, became increasingly worried on October 19th. Tina informed Susan of her plans to meet John at his home after her shift that day. Tina found the meeting significant because it revolved around John's need to sign certain documents and pay an IRS debt as part of the final steps in their divorce process. However, the situation was tense because John was opposed to Tina's divorce and did not want her to date anyone else. Furthermore, Tina was concerned about the meeting because of some troubling incidents in the past involving John, making her nervous about her encounter with him. Tina contacted Susan, requesting her presence at the meeting. Unfortunately, Susan had work commitments that day and was unable to accompany her sister. In lieu of her actual presence, Susan asked Tina to call her right after the meeting with John to give her an update on how things went. Susan waited anxiously for Tina's call all day, but it never came. Still at work and growing increasingly concerned, Susan decided to involve their mother, Mary Turnaya. Mary went to Tina's apartment to check on her, only to find that she wasn't there. Mary went to John's house where he lived with his aunt because she sensed something was wrong. Unfortunately, John wasn't home at the time. Mary's concern grew when she noticed Tina's jacket in the kitchen, indicating that she had been there at some point. Fearing for her daughter's safety, Mary immediately reported Tina missing to the police that night. The investigation into Tina's disappearance took a troubling turn as the police dug deeper into the case. When they arrived at Tina's apartment, everything appeared to be in order, which matched their expectations. Tina appeared to have returned home after a shift change and then left again. Inside the apartment, her nurse's uniform was discovered, indicating that she had actually been there. However, a troubling mystery loomed because her car was nowhere to be found. It prompted authorities to launch a search of the area around 3 a.m. On October 20, Tina's car was found parked only 4 blocks from John's house. The situation became more sinister when a police dog tracked Tina's scent from the driver's seat of her car to John's house. John Sandoval was a familiar figure to law enforcement, having previously been convicted of harassment and burglary, which resulted in several interactions with police. When the police arrived at John's house, he attempted to flee by jumping out of a bedroom window. It took physical restraint to subdue and apprehend him. During the arrest, fresh scratches were discovered on John's torso and neck. John was initially arrested on trespassing and unrelated charges. However, the police knew they needed to question him about Tina's disappearance. At this early stage of the investigation, it was unclear what specific charges would be brought against him in connection with her disappearance. When questioned by the police about Tina, John claimed he had no knowledge of her location. A search of his home and car began, revealing disturbing items. Among the finds were a white 5-gallon bucket and a new shovel with mud on the spade. Furthermore, Tina's credit cards were discovered in John's possession, as well as a loaded 9mm handgun, rope, and flashlight found inside his vehicle. Despite the mounting evidence and the search for answers, John refused to cooperate with the investigation. Tina's family and colleagues provided the police with critical information about her mental state and the reasons for her divorce filing. They revealed Tina was extremely nervous about her meeting with John on that particular day. Given her disturbing revelations about his behavior, she explained to her co-workers that John had voyeurism, a psychological disorder that caused him to engage in disturbing behavior. According to Tina, if John saw an attractive woman out in public, he would follow her home and conduct a prolonged observation that could last several days. Furthermore, he would leave their house in the middle of the night to engage in voyeuristic activities like peering through the windows of women's homes. On occasion, he would enter these homes and hide in concealed locations, such as cupboards, to keep a close eye on his victims. Tina also revealed that during these intrusions, John would steal women's underwear and take them home, in an especially distressing detail. Tina told her family and colleagues that she was not immune to John's voyeuristic behavior. She confirmed that he had watched her, and she described seeing his car parked outside her new apartment for hours at a time, which heightened her fears and concerns about her safety. Tina had discussed her concerns about John with her family, which she revealed when she informed him of her intention to file for divorce. He responded with a disturbing threat. John had placed a pistol to his own head, resulting in a terrifying and potentially dangerous situation. This disturbing incident fueled Tina's concerns about her husband's potential for harm. She had also told her doctor that she was concerned that John might endanger her safety. Despite these deeply troubling indicators and other circumstantial evidence, the district attorney at the time believed that more concrete evidence was needed to arrest and charge John, and the investigators faced significant obstacles. Tina's location remained unknown. The circumstances surrounding her disappearance were unclear, and no witnesses could shed light on the situation. Given John's employment at a cemetery and his knowledge of burial procedures, authorities conducted a thorough search for Tina in a variety of locations, including reservoirs and woodlands. Law enforcement also conducted a grim search of several graves in the area. The graves were carefully examined to see if they contained Tina's remains. While the investigation was thorough, none of the efforts produced conclusive evidence. The case eventually went cold, leaving numerous unanswered questions. Tina's death certificate was issued in 2002 by the state of Colorado, after a judge determined in December 2001 that there was sufficient evidence to believe she was deceased. Despite the passage of time, the police maintained their belief that John was involved in Tina's disappearance. He had been a suspect since Tina was reported missing, and that had not changed. However, belief alone was insufficient to secure charges, primarily because Tina's body had never been discovered, leaving a critical gap in the evidence needed for a prosecution. In June 2009, a new district attorney appointed to the position decided to re-examine the evidence, which marked a significant turning point in the case. Despite the absence of new evidence, he decided to charge John Sandoval with first-degree murder. This decision was based on the belief that the circumstantial evidence accumulated over time was compelling and could lead to a conviction. Even though Tina's exact fate and the location of her remains were unknown, John was officially charged with first-degree murder. After being charged, John entered a plea of not guilty. The prosecution's case revolved around the claim that Wild Tina had never been found. They were convinced she was dead. After leaving work on the morning of October 19, 1995, all of her activities came to an abrupt halt. There had been no activity on her credit cards, bank account, nursing license, earnings, or Social Security since that date. Tina did not have a passport, and there was no evidence that she had changed her name, which would necessitate a legal petition to the court. Tina was portrayed in court by the prosecution as a responsible and dependable young woman who consistently attended work and paid her bills on time. She had recently signed a lease for a new apartment, indicating that she had no plans to relocate or start over elsewhere. As a result, the prosecution claimed that the only plausible explanation for her unexplained absence was that she had been the victim of foul play, specifically murder, and that all evidence pointed to her husband, John Sandoval, as the most likely perpetrator. The prosecution's case was based primarily on circumstantial evidence. Because there was no body or physical evidence directly linking John to Tina's disappearance, they were prepared to present the testimony of 137 witnesses to substantiate their case, claiming that John not only killed Tina but also disposed of her body. Throughout the trial, the jury learned about John's voyeuristic tendencies and pattern of following and stalking women, which added another layer of evidence for the prosecution to consider. The defense claimed that John Sandoval was not involved in Tina's disappearance and questioned whether she was even dead, speculating that she may have left town to start a new life and framing her as a runaway. The jury, however, did not agree with the defense's arguments. After 7 hours of deliberation, they convicted John of the crime. As a result, he was sentenced to life in prison with no possibility of parole. However, John's conviction was overturned in March 2016 because of procedural errors discovered by the Colorado Court of Appeals. In the face of a second trial, John agreed to a plea deal. He asked for the deal, which allowed him to plead guilty to a lesser charge of second-degree murder in exchange for revealing the location of Tina's body. Tina's family had long suspected she was dead, and this revelation confirmed their fears. John then led authorities to Greeley's Sunset Memorial Gardens Cemetery, specifically the grave of Second World War veteran Arthur Hurt, who was one of 3 open graves on the day Tina went missing. John had buried Tina's remains about 2 feet below Arthur's grave, concealed by a comforter covered in a tarp and sealed with duct tape. Unfortunately, cemetery workers mistakenly buried Arthur over Tina's remains after John had hidden her there. As part of the plea agreement, John was sentenced to 25 years in prison plus 5 years on parole. This sentence was retroactively dated to August 2010, when he was originally convicted of first-degree murder. During the sentencing hearing, John apologized and offered his condolences to Tina's grieving family. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. In March 2020, the COVID-19 pandemic struck the United States, and the entire world began to shut down. People were overcome with shock and fear of an unknown disease. On March 23rd, Gretchen Anthony, 12, who was visiting her father at the time, received a text message from her mother. "Good morning. I have tested positive for the coronavirus. That means I will have to stay home for at least 2 weeks. Okay, I really hope you feel better," Ava responded. Soon after, her mother stopped sharing the location of her phone with her daughter. Friends and family members received several text messages over the next 3 days, detailing Gretchen's deteriorating condition. What was strange was that no one could reach the 51-year-old woman, and she did not even call her beloved young daughter, which was unusual for a loving mother. Those close to her began to suspect something far worse than an acute case of COVID-19. Someone else was sending messages from Gretchen's phone to hide her disappearance. The police were called in, and investigators looking for Gretchen quickly realized that someone was using the pandemic to conceal the woman's disappearance. Gretchen was born January 8, 1969, in Doylestown, Pennsylvania. She spent the majority of her life up north, attending fashion school in New York City, before relocating to New Jersey, where she eventually became an educator. In 2006, the blue-eyed blonde relocated to Jupiter, Palm Beach County's northernmost city. After 8 years of working in the county's private schools, Gretchen decided to try something new and accepted a position in the Human Resources Department of Viking, an electrical contractor. Gretchen enjoyed the opportunity to interact with new people through her position. She regarded the workforce as her second family. Her first marriage did not work out, but the former couple remained on good terms and raised their daughter with shared custody. Gretchen lived an active lifestyle and spent a lot of time playing sports. She met David Anthony while participating in sports. David, Gretchen's personal trainer and second husband, was charismatic and charming. Women from across the county came to see the young, muscular trainer. David was a star in the gym, attracting a large number of new students. Gretchen fell in love. The romance progressed rapidly. Following a brief engagement, the couple married at the Elvis Chapel in Las Vegas. Gretchen Stoughton Crane changed her name to Gretchen Stoughton Anthony in 2015, and she believes she has found the husband of her dreams. Gretchen's daughter adored her stepfather and even called him bonus dad. The couple's marriage lasted 5 years. However, the relationship that began with magic and perfect happiness evolved into a woman's fear for her own safety. When tragedy struck, police and later journalists began to investigate the identity of the second spouse. They were in for plenty of surprises. David Ethan Anthony was originally known as David Anthony Deutsch before changing his name. David Anthony Deutsch, a standout college basketball player, was arrested in 1997 for robbing a Blockbuster video store with a water pistol and assaulting a police officer. In each case, he entered a plea bargain and served some time in jail. David grew up in Palm Beach Gardens without a father, so he spent much of his childhood and adolescence alone. He didn't say much, was withdrawn, had low self-esteem, and was bullied at school for his weight. He wasn't even allowed to participate in a recreational sports league because he was so much larger than the other kids. Not surprisingly, as a teenager, David suffered from severe depression and developed symptoms that his family suspected were indicative of bipolar disorder. He refused to take medication, instead focusing on sports and excelling at them. David received a scholarship to play college basketball after graduating from high school, and quickly rose to prominence on the team. He idolized basketball legends and named his husky Kobe after his favorite player, Kobe Bryant. On January 26, 2020, the idol died in a helicopter crash, which contributed to David's unstable behavior. Meanwhile, the smart, attractive coach ignored mental issues, basked in his well-deserved popularity, and married Gretchen. The couple lived an active lifestyle. David liked bicycling, deep sea fishing, and kayaking. Gretchen worked out hard in the gym, went to the beach, kayaked, and practiced yoga. Unfortunately, only the first 2 years of marriage proved to be happy. The smiling blonde would spend the next 3 years trying to leave. Gretchen admitted to her friends that her husband's behavior was becoming increasingly manic and that he occasionally insulted her. They even went through a 6-month breakup before reconciling. David's former boss at the gym, Tabitha Hopkins, later admitted to noticing strange mood swings in David. In 2017, things became so bad that Tabitha was forced to fire him for his aggressive behavior, particularly towards women. David was behaving strangely and refused to seek help. In 2018, the man became obsessed with the end of the world and packed his truck with 3 large bags of rice, several pots and pans, and 10 pairs of shoes. His family thought the episode was a sign of bipolar and manic depressive disorder. Bad periods were followed by good ones, during which David attempted to change his behavior. He even persuaded Tabitha Hopkins to give him his job back by assuring the gym owner that he was trying to be a better person and attending self-help seminars. Tabitha softened. There was no denying David's abilities as a trainer. The clients were overjoyed with him. David's condition deteriorated over time as his mental illness was not treated. Gretchen recognized her husband's problems and told her friends. She admitted to locking herself in their bedroom on occasion in order to increase the distance between them. I noticed this crazy look in his eyes. She texted a friend named Dawn one morning in late December. David was gaining momentum, and I didn't know what he was capable of. I'm watching him on the cameras and waiting for him to go to bed, Gretchen wrote at the end of the day. Then I'll go downstairs, get a knife, and put it under my pillow, just in case, and hopefully sleep. That same year, on Christmas Eve, Gretchen couldn't find her personal items. She searched the house, including David's backpack, and discovered her wedding ring, passport, driver's license, credit cards, and some money. Gretchen was so disturbed by the incident that she texted Dawn, her boss and friend, to express her fear of her own husband. By the end of the month, Gretchen had decided to end the turbulent relationship. In December 2019, she forced David to relocate from the townhouse to her mother's nearby home and change the locks. During this time, David's colleagues noticed a gradual shift in his behavior. The trainer was usually one of the first to arrive at the gym, but due to family events, he appeared increasingly withdrawn and sullen as time passed. On January 26th, David's idol, Kobe Bryant, died. When Kobe Bryant died, something happened that, as Tabitha recalls, you'd think David and Kobe Bryant were best friends. It traumatized him. In the days that followed, David became hysterical, crying and wailing in front of the fitness club groups he led and refusing to leave. Despite his emotionally fragile state, David actively participated in gratitude training, a contentious self-improvement program that critics compared to a cult. He paid thousands of dollars for seminars but refused to tell his family what he was doing during them. David's behavior regressed. On February 24th, he failed to arrive at work. When Tabitha tried to find out if he was okay, he attacked her, and the supervisor decided to terminate the employee permanently. This time, Tabitha saw David's terrifying rage and was terrified. Hopkins informed Gretchen about the incident and advised her to be cautious. "That's the last time I talked to Gretchen," she would later say. Gretchen filed for divorce 4 days later, on February 28, 2020, just a few weeks before she disappeared. David's stability rapidly deteriorated, and he became more hostile. On March 7, the woman David had begun dating reserved a seat in an unusual art class. They were to drink wine and draw pictures while guided by the instructor. However, the evening did not go as planned. When David attempted to hug his companion during class and she refused, he jumped up, yelled at her in the middle of the class, and ran outside. David's behavior terrified the young woman, and she decided not to continue the conversation, informing him that he could not stay with her tonight. When they got to his truck, it was clear that David had different ideas about the situation. She had only known David for a month when he decided to move in with her. Duffel bags containing men's clothes were spread out on her bed and dining room table, and food from his mother's house was stored in the freezer. Kobe, David's husky, was running around in the backyard. David only left after a new friend contacted her neighborhood security company and Gretchen went missing. Her family informed investigators that David was returning to her home after he had left. The young woman was concerned about her safety and installed surveillance cameras throughout her home and garage. On March 11, the World Health Organization declared a pandemic. A few days later, David arrived at Gretchen's house in the early morning, convinced that the pandemic was an end, a world prophecy. He believed the world was ending and walked around the windows pleading with his almost ex-wife to accompany him to Costa Rica, where he hoped they could escape the virus. After a few hours, regression relented and let David enter the house. That evening, a patrolling police officer noticed David visibly nervous and sweaty, running around outside a Riviera Beach restaurant and approaching a group of teenage girls. The officer noticed David's license plate, which was partially covered with black duct tape, and approached him. David claimed that his 12-year-old stepdaughter had taped the license plate and became increasingly nervous. The man ignored the police officer's orders not to move, yanked open his truck's door, and began searching for something under the seat. Fearing what might happen next, the officer pointed a gun at David and ordered him to the ground. When the officers searched under the driver's seat, where David was attempting to reach, they discovered a large knife. David was arrested for resisting arrest, but he posted bail and was released a few days later. The pandemic was gaining momentum. Some states began prohibiting people from leaving their homes as early as March 20. Gretchen, like everyone else, was trying to figure out how to adapt to the new reality. She shared virus-related videos and safety tips, as well as memes and jokes mocking the absurdity of the new normal. On Thursday, March 19, she posted a quote from a meditation blog. "There is chaos around you. The wisest choice is to create peace within yourself." After that, her profile was no longer active, and she stopped answering calls and messages. For all of her loved ones, this moment marked the beginning and end of their lives. On March 23, 2020, Gretchen and Anthony began texting their friends and family. Gretchen sent a series of messages to friends and family over several days, first stating that she was quarantined at home and then describing her deteriorating condition and hospitalization in the emergency room at Jupiter Medical Center. Another message stated that she had been transferred to another CDC facility that did not exist. On March 24, Don Paris, Gretchen's supervisor and friend, received a message from her saying, "I tested positive for coronavirus early this morning. This is bad news, but I'm at a coronavirus CDC treatment center that only handles COVID cases. The good news is that my blood type can potentially be used in treatment. I'm not sure if you remember when I said I have a strain of mad cow disease in my blood. Well, that strain is important for gathering more answers and finding she could be placed in a medically induced coma and lose her ability to write." Jeff Dreher did not believe the reports. He was perplexed by the numerous text errors and abbreviations. The tone of voice in the messages sounded more like David Anthony, and Jeff became concerned. Furthermore, it bothered everyone who received these messages that no one, including his daughter Gretchen, ever called. Friends couldn't imagine Gretchen dying from anything because she was in great shape and took her health very seriously. When calls to the medical center confirmed that Gretchen Anthony had not been admitted, her family and friends decided to contact the police to see how she was doing. Brett and Anthony's boss reported to the police that he was last at work on March 20. When he called her insurance company to see if he was receiving medical care, they informed him that there had been no referrals under her policy to process treatment. Jupiter Police Detective Jared Kennison contacted Jupiter Medical Center and discovered that the hospital's records did not include any information about such a patient. In fact, police discovered that Gretchen had not visited Jupiter Medical Center since 2008. Police searched the medical center parking lot and discovered a Mini Cooper with Gretchen's purse in the most visible spot, which prompted patrol officers to become concerned. Officers visited the missing person's home. What they discovered at Gretchen's house was alarming, turning a routine visit into a possible murder case. A neighbor approached the officers and provided disturbing information. Early Saturday morning, March 21, I heard a desperate female screaming as if she was being attacked. And then I heard her scream, "No." Then I heard her scream, "No." Then I heard something like, "It hurts. Stop." The scream was quite serious. Unfortunately, Gretchen did not contact emergency services. Some people are simply wary of contacting the police. Officers became even more concerned when another neighbor reported seeing a soapy substance leaking from under Gretchen's garage door. The front door to the garage was locked, and a key was broken in the deadbolt. When officers opened the door, they noticed a strong, pungent odor of cleaning product in the garage. Patrol officers used body cameras to search the house multiple times. They discovered signs of a violent struggle, such as a broken picture frame, shards of glass on Gretchen's bed, and a soiled towel. Officers also discovered that surveillance cameras inside the house had been removed from the walls, possibly to destroy compromising evidence, and contacted a service provider to retrieve the footage from the cloud. Police investigated and discovered that a neighbor had photographed a black Nissan pickup truck parked outside Gretchen's home following the terrifying scream. Gretchen's almost ex-husband, David Anthony, owned the exact same pickup truck before abruptly leaving. His mother told police that her son packed his truck and left on Tuesday, March 24, 2020, saying he was going to Costa Rica. Their suspicions were heightened when they saw a video shot in the parking lot of Jupiter Medical Center, where Gretchen's car was discovered. A Mini Cooper pulled into a parking spot, and a tall figure about the height of David Anthony emerged from the vehicle. Investigators began tracking Gretchen's mobile and discovered that it was registered in the Pensacola, Florida area. As later confirmed, David had driven only 600 miles to Pensacola, Florida, the westernmost city, after stopping at a couple of local pawn shops to sell some women's jewelry. He and his dog Kobe continued west, spending one night at a hotel in Pecos, Texas, before settling in Las Cruces, New Mexico. David contacted detectives from 2,000 miles away and reported that Gretchen was alive and in no danger. He explained that his spouse had given him a written statement, which he read aloud on the phone. According to the statement, Gretchen discovered financial crimes at her workplace and fled Florida with David, fearing for her life. The statement also stated that she had fled from her first ex-husband, Jeff. Detectives did not believe it and continued their investigation. They tracked Gretchen and David's cell phone signals, which indicated that the two phones were in contact, expecting the worst. On March 29, detectives obtained a warrant to impound the truck and worked with Las Cruces police to arrange a traffic stop. Las Cruces police detained David and seized his truck and property, including his and Gretchen's phones, but there was insufficient evidence to bring him in for questioning. He was allowed to simply walk away. On March 30, 2020, Jupiter police obtained electronic records from Gretchen's home, and investigators discovered the truth. On March 21, David lurked silently on the porch that overlooked the back of the garage. He was holding an elongated object. Gretchen appeared 6 minutes later in the video. The video shows David forcibly driving her into the garage, and a scream can be heard over it. She first yelled to the Amazon Alexa device in the garage, "Alexa, turn on the lights in the garage." The surveillance camera audio then recorded a muffled thud and Gretchen's muffled screams. She yelled at Alexa again, "Alexa, call 911. David had no idea that unless he programmed her smart speaker to call 911, it would not call the police in an emergency. After a while, David's face appeared in the frame, and his hands were gloved in one shot. Gretchen's bloodied head could be seen as he walked around the garage. On March 30, investigators had seen enough. Detectives obtained a warrant for David's arrest. The case evolved from a missing persons case to a murder investigation. Detective Kennison arrived in Las Cruces shortly before midnight on March 31st. Police arrested David outside a convenience store. A Jupiter detective questioned him at the state police headquarters in Las Cruces, New Mexico. They had one goal: to persuade David to reveal the location of Gretchen's body, and the detective failed. David claimed Gretchen was alive. During the interrogation, David Anthony repeated this claim 35 times. Detectives even tried using a voice recording of Gretchen's daughter, whom David adored. With her father's permission, the girl recorded her request. "David, it's Eva. I love you. I'm scared. I miss my mom," she said to him. "I need to know where my mom is. Please do the right thing and tell me where my mom is. Please. I love you." Detectives played the tape for David, but he remained unconcerned. While incarcerated, he refused to discuss what had happened to Gretchen. He remained silent for months, as is typical of him. David understood how difficult it would be for the prosecutor to obtain a conviction without Gretchen's body. He was charged with second-degree murder and extradited to Florida. While David was in custody in Palm Beach County, Florida, a grand jury indicted him for kidnapping and increased the murder charge from second degree to first-degree murder. This marked a turning point, and in December 2020, after 8 months in prison, the criminal agreed to a plea deal with the prosecutor. In fact, he could have received the death penalty for first-degree murder. Under the terms of the agreement, David would plead guilty to second-degree murder in exchange for a 38-year sentence. The primary condition of the agreement was that he lead investigators to Gretchen's body. On December 21, 9 months after Gretchen Anthony's disappearance, David Anthony admitted what everyone knew. He killed his wife. Gretchen's body was discovered wrapped in a blanket 3 miles away in the woods behind a Walmart and near a nursing home. Investigators determined that she died from stab wounds to the neck and torso. There were numerous defensive wounds indicating that she was fighting for her life. At the sentencing hearing, David Anthony stated that the COVID-19 pandemic contributed to his crime stemmed from his perception of the pandemic as Armageddon, forcing him to flee. My delusions saw the COVID pandemic as a prophecy of the end of the world and Armageddon that I felt compelled to avoid at all costs. According to the plea agreement, David Anthony was sentenced to 38 years in prison on January 14, 2021. He is currently serving his sentence at Martin Correctional Institution in Florida. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Martin Gardner sat on the porch of his desolate home, clutching a photo album he had received years after the tragic event. That album had become a symbol of his loss, a living reminder of a terrible tragedy. Martin's gaze fell on the photographs of his small and innocent children, Talon, Saya, Savi, and Yazi. These photos were all he had left from his happy days. When he looked into their eyes, he could almost hear their children's voices filling the house with laughter and warmth once upon a time. Martin's first child, Talon, was just 4 years old. He was the source of happiness for his father. The man fantasized about spending all of his free time with him, teaching him everything he knew, and drinking beer with him in the future, when Talon would be a real grown man and Martin himself would be gray and important. Little Sia, who was only 3 years old, always ran to her father when he returned home from work, remembering to bring her cloth doll with her. She always asked Martin to kiss her and her doll before bed. This always brought a smile to her father's face, and he took this sweet ritual seriously and respectfully. Savi, a 2-year-old girl, was quiet and intelligent. She enjoyed flipping through books and watching animal movies. Martin frequently sat her on his lap and read her favorite stories to her. He saw in her the potential of an intelligent and serious woman who would go on to achieve great things in life. Yazi was the youngest, a very small baby with deep black eyes. Martin looked into her eyes and saw a vast world. Her eyes were identical to those of her mother, Shanynthia Gardner. Martin recalled how grateful he was that she had given him this beautiful world, full of love, comfort, and children's laughter. But that world was shattered one fateful day. Shanynthia Gardner was born in late 1980s in Memphis, Tennessee. Little is known about her early years, except that she was the daughter of Eleanor Snodgrass, who lived in Madison, Alabama's cozy cabins. Shaninthia's childhood and youth were as typical as any other girls at the time. She was a young brunette with curly hair, slim and attractive. The girl was always surrounded by loyal friends and demonstrated exceptional talent. Shanynthia was endowed with a genuine creative spirit. She possessed a unique talent for songwriting. Music was her passion, and singing was her way of expressing herself. Her vocal abilities piqued the interest of the locals, and she became a local celebrity. However, singing was just one of her many interests. Shanynthia was captivated by the world of fashion and photography. She looked fantastic in front of the camera and could transform everyday situations into works of art. Despite her colorful hobbies, Shanynthia was a generous woman who made time for religion. She was a regular churchgoer who took good care of her family. Shaninthia's life appeared to be predetermined, with a promising future ahead. Shanynthia was just 14 years old when she met D. Trail Clayton. It began with a casual introduction via mutual friends, and they quickly discovered common ground and became friends. When they grew up and graduated from high school, their relationship became more serious, and the two officially became a couple. Shanynthia and Detrail spent a lot of time together, and everyone thought they were responsible and stable young people. However, there were some questionable incidents on their records. Both were involved in minor offenses, such as traffic violations or disorderly conduct on the streets. In 2008, things became more serious. Detrail was accused of assaulting a woman, and even though it was unintentional, he faced serious consequences. The guy got lucky, and all charges against him were quickly dropped. Shanynthia and Detrail did not have a formal relationship, but they lived together. In 2008, the couple welcomed a son named Dalian. Shanynthia became a caring mother, not only to him, but also to the children of his previous relationship. Sonia Clayton, Detrail's mother, saw Shanynthia not only as a woman in love with her son, but also as a member of her family. Shanynthia was known for her devotion and care for her children, making her unique in Sonia's eyes. However, the lovers' relationship did not last long, and little is known about what happened between them. Despite the breakup, they maintained some distant communication. Shanynthia continued to be a good wife and mother. Shanynthia became involved in a minor incident when Dalian was only 2 years old. It was a minor infraction, possibly a parking ticket or a minor argument of little consequence. It was also insignificant in light of what lay ahead for her. Marrying Martin Gardner marked a new chapter in Shaninthia's life. Fate had brought her to this man who appeared to bring joy and stability into her life. Shanynthia, on the other hand, won Martin over with her kindness and affection for children. In her eyes, he saw an ocean of feminine tenderness and wisdom. Their story progressed rapidly. In September 2013, they decided to begin their lives together and moved into an apartment complex in southeast Shelby County. The wedding marked the start of a new chapter in their life together. Shortly after the celebration, they welcomed their first child, Talon, and in 2014, little Sia was born. Soon, 2 more girls, Savi and Yazi, joined their large family, making them even happier and busier. Martin and Shanynthia had 4 children together, plus 1 from her previous relationship. For the young mother, children always came first, and she enjoyed working part-time at the children's hospital. Furthermore, she was actively involved in a center that raised funds for children. It was her calling, and she gladly dedicated her life to assisting those in need. Shanynthia was on the phone with her husband, Martin, around noon on Friday, July 1st, 2016, an ordinary day with no sign of anything unusual. Her voice was calm, as it often is. She informed her husband that she was going to watch a movie with the children. There was no indication that something terrible would occur on this ordinary day. And then, as the spouses were having a quiet conversation, an incomprehensible madness began to unfold. Shanynthia abruptly changed. She took a kitchen knife and entered the living room. There, she assaulted her own 6-month-old daughter, Yazi. The defenseless little girl, unable to fight back, was caught in a horrible trap. Her life was cut short in an instant by the hands of her most loved and closest person. Dalian, the oldest of the children who was only 7 years old, witnessed the terrifying scene. A terrible tragedy unfolded before his eyes, which he was too young to comprehend. The boy only had one thought. He needed to do something to save his younger brother and sisters. Panicked and desperate, he fled the house. Shanynthia did not stop there. A young woman followed her son out of the house armed with a knife, ready to carry out her nightmarish plan. She rushed after Dalian, but the terrified and desperate man screamed so loudly that he drew the attention of the neighbors. A couple of neighbors heard his screams and dashed outside to see what was going on. They found themselves witnessing a nightmare that would not leave their minds. Shanynthia halted her progress when she realized Dalian was being watched. However, the horror was not yet over. Shanynthia returned to the house where Savi and Talon had been waiting for her, distraught. She went up to the bedroom where the children were. It was the final moments of their innocent lives. Meanwhile, those who witnessed the nightmare did not waste a moment. They quickly contacted emergency services, requesting assistance and rescue for little Dalian and his younger siblings. At the time, none of them could have predicted the tragic consequences for this peaceful street. When deputies arrived, they discovered an eerie scene inside the home at 7449 Southern Hill Drive. They discovered a bloodied Shanynthia and her 4 children lying motionless, lifeless. The sight shocked everyone. Shanynthia sat with her cell phone in her hand. She slowly dialed her husband, Martin's number. Her voice was quiet and cold as she admitted to killing her children. The tragedy that had occurred in their lives was the horrific event that would live on in this quiet neighborhood. It was already too late when the prosecutor's office and the special unit arrived. There was only an eerie silence in the house that had once been home to the happy Gardner family. Blood and horror lurked around every corner. The investigators carried a bloody knife, silently witnessing the heinous crime. Chaplains arrived to help and were taken aback by what had occurred, as were specialists ready to assist Delon. The horror he had experienced necessitated immediate action. While the necessary information was gathered and investigations were underway, law enforcement requested that residents remain inside their homes and not go outside. Some people did not need this request. They were still scared and uncertain. Their home appeared to be the only safe place. A major operation compelled sheriff's officials to restrict access to the apartment complex, including the golf course and country club. Shanynthia was apprehended and placed in custody without bail. Her trial date was immediately set for July 5th. Society could not ignore the horrific events that were unfolding in Shanynthia Gardner's life. Regardless of how monstrous she appeared, she was a mother and partner who exuded love, care, and joy. Michelle Gimon, a co-worker, claims Michelle vigorously defended Shanynthia on social media, speaking out about the unfairness of the allegations. She also mentioned an important issue: postpartum depression. Cases like this have sparked debate, and Dr. Joel Reisman, a psychiatrist at the University of Tennessee Medical Center, confirmed that the killing of children by their own mother is uncommon and usually accompanied by mental health issues. He also mentioned the state's lack of mental health funding, which prevents many families from receiving the necessary support. Dr. Diane Barnes, a psychology and postpartum health specialist, differentiated between postpartum depression and postpartum psychosis, emphasizing that they are completely different conditions with distinct symptoms. While Shaninthea's exact condition required further investigation, Dr. Barnes doubted that women suffering from postpartum depression would commit such acts. She leaned toward psychosis. The investigation into Shanynthia Gardner's case was difficult. Craig Morton became her defense attorney, but he chose not to speak to the media about the case in its early stages, believing it was too early for such discussions. Shanynthia did not speak during the court hearing on July 5, 2016, and instead appeared via video link. Judge Louis Lambert questioned her, but the young woman did not respond. Shanynthia was admitted to the Mental Health Institute following her trial. Shanynthea's next of kin arrived at the courthouse but declined to comment to reporters. Jennifer Nichols, Morton's attorney and prosecutor, intended to file a motion to preserve evidence in the case, including information gathered through social media. Shanynthia faced formal charges in January 2017 for aggravated child abuse, aggravated murder with a deadly weapon, aggravated child abuse, and child neglect. The mysterious and gruesome investigation continued, leaving the community waiting for justice and answers to numerous questions. The hearing featured testimony from Shaninthia's loved ones. On that fateful day, Sonia, D-Trail's mother, was undoubtedly shocked to learn of the tragic event. She rushed to the scene in a desperate search for her grandson, Dalen. Sonia insisted that what had occurred had nothing to do with the young woman she once knew. She expressed her belief that something supernatural, possibly diabolical, was behind it all. As time passed and the initial shock subsided, Sonia began to speculate on possible motives. She speculated that the young couple was in the process of divorcing, and Shanynthia may have made the terrible decision to end it all for fear of being alone while caring for 5 children. Despite these reflections, Sonia found it difficult to believe. Shanynthia, as she knew her, was incapable of such a heinous act. Dallon's father, Trail, also refused to believe Shanynthia was guilty. He admitted that, while he was never his son's guardian, he was always able to see him after his relationship with Shanynthia ended. However, November 2014 was the last time he saw his son. He noticed that Shaninthia's actions and decisions became increasingly radical as time passed. Every attempt he made to contact his son was unsuccessful, and he was simply not permitted to be involved in his life. However, Shaninthia's friends and family had long noticed that she had experienced a completely unexpected upheaval. The young woman began to feel strange discomfort, which progressed into severe anxiety, paranoia, and worse, panic attacks. Her behavior became erratic and unpredictable, and many people suspected that it was due to postpartum depression. This came as a surprise to those around her, as Shanynthia appeared to be a strong and dependable woman. She had always been in control, but now she appeared to have lost her footing. Many people were perplexed as to why this tragic situation occurred due to her abrupt behavioral change. The first signs of strange behavior appeared in March 2015, and neither her friends nor family could figure out what was going on. Shanynthia once left work early to pick up her children. With 5 children in the car, she drove down an unknown road away from their home. At the time, her husband Martin assumed she had gone for a walk and to relax in a park, which was typical of her daily routine. However, as time passed, she never returned home. Martin, deeply disturbed, decided to issue an APB for his wife. Shanynthia drove east with 5 children in the cabin, covering more than 74 miles between Memphis and Corinth. But she didn't know anyone here, and there seemed to be no particular reason for her visit. She was later discovered in the emergency room at St. Francis Hospital, but police never explained how or why she ended up there. Shallow cuts were discovered on her neck and one of her wrists. If she attempted suicide, her only witnesses would be her children, who were too young to understand what was going on. Authorities eventually returned Shanynthia home, but her behavior became even more bizarre. She informed Martin that someone was threatening her and their family. Her husband was taken aback because Shanynthia provided no information about who it could be or why, and there had been no previous instances of such threats. Shanynthia also began complaining about her job and workload while spending time with family and friends. She claimed that she felt terrible about it. She soon began to claim that some of her co-workers intended to harm her. Despite these abnormalities, Shanynthia demonstrated no signs of abuse or violence towards her children or others. The long wait for trial was not easy, and it was significantly delayed due to the defendant's numerous psychiatric evaluations. The COVID-19 pandemic added to the trial's length, which was longer than anyone had anticipated. The non-jury trial started in 2021. The defense centered its strategy on Shaninthia's mental illness claim. The prosecutors acknowledged the defendant's mental illness, but they maintained that she was still capable of distinguishing between right and wrong and was aware of the illegality of her actions. Finally, Shelby County Criminal Court Judge James rejected Shanynthia Gardner's defense, and she was found guilty of all charges in December 2021. Shanynthia, 34, appeared in court in February 2022 for her sentencing, accompanied by her husband Martin. Judge James sentenced her to life in prison for each count of murder, plus 15 years for each additional count of child abuse and neglect. Shanynthia will only be eligible for parole after serving 51 years in prison, including the 5 years she served prior to her sentencing. Shanynthia will be eligible for parole in around 46 years, when she will be 80 years old. Following the sentencing, the prosecutor stated that he agreed with the decision because it was consistent with their desire to obtain justice for Martin and his children. Martin, in turn, felt relieved to learn that Shanynthia would never be able to harm any children again. Sonia Dallon's grandmother joined others, including neighbors, family members, and law enforcement officers, for an evening vigil at the family's apartment complex in memory of the innocent victims. Those who came to say their goodbyes held red and white candles and prayed several times for the souls of the deceased. The Reverend Pastor of the Baptist Church stated that the vigil marked the start of a healing process for the entire community because, in the end, The only thing those present could do was support the surviving baby and his father. D-Trail did not attend the memorial service on his behalf. Sonia told the media that he was too angry to attend the ceremony. The president and CEO of Shaninthia's workplace, the Children's Hospital, also expressed their condolences on behalf of the entire staff. Martin's colleagues established a social media account to assist him with funeral arrangements for his 4 children. Martin demonstrated incredible fortitude and nobility during the ceremony, speaking briefly about his children and family. In his final speech, he stated that his home was happy when his children and Shaninthia were present, and that is how he will remember it forever. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Domestic violence was not uncommon at all times, and victims frequently choose to silently tolerate this attitude toward themselves and the domestic tyrant, believing his impunity allows him to cross any boundaries. The worst thing about such situations is that children may become victims. The case of young Tiale Palmer made headlines across Australia a few years ago due to its extraordinary cruelty and monstrous coincidence of circumstances. When a child from one dysfunctional family moved to another, the situation became even more terrible and cruel. The girl's birth mother, in an effort to protect her only daughter from her tyrant husband, gave her to another family with the best intentions. However, as it turned out, she placed Tiale in the hands of death itself. The case in question is quite complex and ambiguous. There were several criminals, all from the same family. At the same time, the investigation determined that nearly all of them were victims of domestic tyranny. And now I'll tell you everything in order. Tiale Alyssa Rose Palmer, a girl from a dysfunctional family, was born in a small Australian town, Logan City, Queensland, in April 2003. Unfortunately, the girl grew up in less than ideal conditions. The family's head abused hot drinks, and the man was hot-tempered and aggressive. He repeatedly beat his wife in front of the child and, on occasion, the daughter herself. The girl was constantly stressed and lived in a state of fear and depression. It is not surprising that she began to flee from home on a regular basis in order to avoid hearing the endless scandals of her parents and coming under the hot hand of the father. We can only speculate as to why the girl's mother, Cynthia Palmer, did not leave the man who abused her and her daughter. However, the young woman decided to give her only child to another family, believing that this would be better. Cynthia later stated that it was a forced measure and that she was deeply sorry for it. However, she was unable to do so at the time because she was held hostage by the circumstances. However, the dysfunctional family's neighbors have a different story. According to some reports, Cynthia is an alcoholic. She attempted treatment, but overcoming addiction was not easy, and after another escape from home, when she was discovered wandering the streets on the other side of the city, the Palmer family became very interested in child protection services. Representatives from the service came to the family home and offered assistance, and Cynthia did not refuse to have her daughter temporarily placed in a foster home, given the environment in which the girl was raised. It's no surprise that she grew up to be a difficult teenager with a difficult personality. As a result, finding her a foster family proved difficult. She was always running away, loitering and begging on the streets. She disobeyed her guardians and did everything her own way. Tiale did not stay with her first 2 families for long because her foster parents simply couldn't handle her. She didn't commit any serious crimes, but she was frequently accused of lying. The girl desired the comfort of home, but had no idea what it should be, and any disagreement with the household inevitably resulted in the child's escape from the Thorburn family in early 2015. Kylie appeared to have found her ideal foster family, who were eager to welcome her. Rick and Julia Thorburn, along with their spouses, made up the Thorburn family. We were raising 2 sons, Josh, who was 19 years old at the time, and Trent, who was barely 18. The family lived in a spacious 2-story home with a swimming pool, located in a small country town in Brisbane suburbs. They had their own horse farm, and Julian started a private kindergarten at home that was very popular, and local parents trusted the Thorburns with their children. The family was considered well-off and prosperous, respected in their home state, and trustworthy. Furthermore, They had demonstrated a willingness to accept a troubled teenager into their care, which was unusual. Tiale was placed in a new home in January after Child Protective Services determined that this was the best option for her. At first, everything went as usual. The girl rebelled, refused to live with her guardians, and ran away several times. But each time, the Child Welfare Service found her and returned her. But as the months passed, Kylie appeared to calm down, accept her new family, and get along with them. In reality, however, the outward well-being was hit by a real drama that quickly turned tragic: Tiale's mysterious disappearance. The girl attended a local school, which was a few kilometers from her guardian's home, so Kylie's foster father drove her to school every day, and after school she made a lot of new friends who described her as a kind, cheerful, and happy girl. She continued to dream of returning home and maintained contact with her biological mother and grandmother. Tiale occasionally complained of discomfort and even fear without specifying what she was afraid of. On October 30, 2015, Rick drove to school as usual and then returned home to do chores. But he soon received a phone call informing him that his adopted daughter had not shown up for class. No one was particularly concerned because the girl had previously run away, but she usually returned in the evening or the next day. The guardians reported the incident to the police, and the search for Tiale began almost immediately. All members of the family willingly cooperated with the investigation and claimed that there had been no conflicts between them that could have resulted in a runaway for a long time. Instead, the girl was in good spirits and appeared to be quite happy. According to the family's head, he drove his daughter to school as usual, then returned home and cared for the horses until he received a call from a teacher reporting the girl's disappearance. His wife and sons confirmed these statements. The next day, the Doorburners set up a social media page dedicated to the search for Tiale. They posted information about her photos, the time and circumstances of her disappearance, and a description of what she was wearing that day. The couple asked anyone with information about Tiale's whereabouts to contact them or the police, but no one called. Police also searched the family's home in the state but discovered nothing suspicious. Although the foster parents' behavior appeared to be calm, they had essentially nothing to charge. Soon, many concerned people joined the search operation, genuinely concerned about the girl's fate. They combed the area using flyers with her photos and interviewed local residents in the hopes of gathering some useful information, a discovery on the riverbank. After a week of unsuccessful searches, the fishermen contact the police and report a terrible find. According to the men, they went to the Pimpama River in the morning of November 5. However, after barely casting their fishing rods, they noticed something unusual in the swampy, shallow water. As they came closer, the fishermen were horrified when they realized their discovery was nothing but human remains. The police officers who responded to the call reported that the body was that of a short man, but it was so disfigured that it was impossible to determine the deceased's gender. He had no clothes on, and no personal belongings could be found nearby. The body had numerous injuries that were initially thought to be caused by wild animals in the area. Furthermore, it decomposed rapidly due to heat, moisture, and a large number of insects drawn to the distinctive odor. The gruesome discovery was sent for examination, and it was determined that it was a girl 8 years old. The police then gathered information on all missing young people recently, and the corpse was quickly identified. It was Tiale Palmer, whom the entire city had been searching for nearly a week. The cause of death was impossible to determine because the body had been in the water for so long. However, experts speculated that Tiale died from asphyxiation after discovering that her hyoid bone had been crushed. The most horrifying aspect, however, was that the injuries, which were initially thought to be animal bites, could have been caused by a person prior to Tiale's death. Tiale's death was clearly criminal in nature, so a criminal case was opened and a murder investigation was initiated. However, the investigation was moving very slowly because no serious leads have been found yet. This meant that the process could take months, if not years, and result in another unsolved crime. The case quickly became public, and nearly a quarter of the city's population came to say goodbye to the deceased girl. People brought flowers, soft toys, and balloons to the memorial service. On November 14, young Tiale's body was cremated. Tiale's birth mother gave a series of interviews to reporters in which he openly accused Child Protective Services of criminal negligence that resulted in the tragic store fires. The Foster family willingly cooperated with the investigation from the start, but their behavior raised some concerns. Rick was supposedly the last person to see the girl alive, but no one could confirm that he actually drove his foster daughter to school on October 30. Spouse and sons claimed to have seen Tiale enter the car. Surveillance cameras along the school route also captured the car driving in that direction. However, no footage of Tiale leaving her guardian's car could be found anywhere. No teachers or classmates saw the girl that day, either at school or on the school grounds. Tiale appeared to have vanished. Investigators had growing doubts that Palmer was even in the car. Family members occasionally erred in their testimony about the events of that day, but insisted that everything was as it had always been, and there was nothing to suggest trouble with the children's secrets. As part of the investigation, dozens of children and teenagers were interviewed, including the deceased's classmates and friends. Everyone spoke highly of her, but they did mention that Tiale had recently been concerned about something but was unable or unwilling to discuss it. Tiale requested temporary shelter from a classmate a few days prior to the tragedy. She claimed she was in trouble and that the guardians would kill her. These statements were not taken seriously, and, despite feeling sorry for her, the friend was unable to invite someone to her house for a sleepover without parental permission. The other girl mentioned that Palmer had told her her secret. Trent, the youngest of the Thorburn brothers, was her 18-year-old love interest. Furthermore, she boasted that they were romantically involved and would be together in the future. The latter revelation sounded strange because Tiale was only 12 years old, and a relationship with an older brother, even an adopted one, seemed unlikely, like a childhood fantasy. Nonetheless, the information she received was definitely something she needed to look into. The Thorburn family members categorically denied all suspicions. They referred to their deceased adopted daughter as a liar who wanted to draw attention to herself, and they suggested that the girl's school friends may have made up something or fantasized. There was no solid evidence to suggest that the guardians had committed a crime against Hailey, so they remained at large and went about their business as usual. Their private kindergarten continued to accept children, the farm thrived, and they did not have to deal with the pain of loss. For several months, the investigation was essentially on the same ground. Local residents with prior convictions were questioned, and those suspected of crimes were investigated. However, the search returned no results, and no new leads appeared. Even the announced high reward for any information about the case did not expedite the process. A parallel search was carried out in the area where Tiale's body was discovered. And a month later, under a layer of silt, a backpack and a shoe presumably belonging to the deceased were discovered 150 meters away from where the body was. These items were obviously intended to be discarded so that they would never be discovered. The entire story drew a large public response. The search and investigation results were broadcast on television and published in the press, and city residents organized pickets to demand that the killer or killers be found and punished. The biological mother of the deceased Tiale organized some of the tickets. Eventually, the police appealed to potential accomplices of the perpetrator, promising them protection and immunity if they identified the perpetrator or provided any significant information. However, this appeal also went unanswered. In 6 months, no new clues or avenues of investigation have emerged, despite an anonymous call and a wiretap at the Thorburn residence. It wasn't until the summer of 2016 that police received an anonymous call that altered the course of the investigation. The anonymous caller claimed that the Thorburns were looking for a troubled teen for a reason. They were motivated by a mercantilist interest, as custody of troubled children is compensated with increased allowance. Anonymous also stated that their youngest son most likely had an intimate relationship with Tiale, which he had mentioned in passing prior to the tragedy. Of course, this information could have been false. However, detectives remembered that they had previously heard from the deceased's high school friend that Tiale and her named brother may have had an affair. The investigators decided not only to take a closer look at Trent, but also to examine him thoroughly. The interrogations yielded no results because the guy and his family members insisted on their involvement, claiming that the girl fled and then got into trouble. The family's social media pages were quietly examined, and one of the chat rooms in Trent's profile revealed an unusual correspondence. approximately a month and a half before the tragedy. He told his cousin that he had an intimate relationship with a girl much younger than him, but he did not reveal her name. Of course, the dialogue on social media could not become incontrovertible evidence, but it did allow the police to obtain permission to install listening devices in the Thorburn house, albeit without their knowledge. The wiretaps yielded shocking results within the first few days. On the recordings, family members could be heard meticulously rehearsing their versions of events, ensuring that their stories matched in every detail. The family had taught his household what to say and how to behave, and from the mother's mouth came such phrases as "Dad made this decision to save, we'll have to live with it. Never, ever tell anyone or anything, regardless of what happens." Rick threatened his family members several times, and while it was clear that they were afraid of him because they knew his father could turn words into action at any time, there was still insufficient direct evidence. However, the Thorburn Blue Card, which granted them permission to work with children, was revoked almost immediately, forcing the private kindergarten to close. The wiretap quickly confirmed that the youngest of the brothers had been intimate with Tiale. In fact, it had been happening on a regular basis for several months before he informed his mother in October that Tiale was pregnant. If Trent's suspicions had been correct, he would have been sentenced to prison for having an affair with Tiale. Julia told her husband everything, and Rick decided to take action. Julia and her sons arrived in Brisbane early on the day of the tragedy, ostensibly for business. It was supposed to serve as an alibi for them, so Rick stayed at home with his adopted daughter. When the mother and heirs returned home in the evening, it was already known that the girl had gone missing, and the family's head claimed to have solved the problem without providing any details, including arrest and investigation. Based on the information obtained, all members of the family decided to re-interview, and the police decided to search Rick's car, in which he allegedly drove his adopted daughter to school on the day she vanished. And it turned out that the car was sold almost immediately following the tragedy. The vehicle was located, and a thorough inspection revealed old washed-out traces of blood in the trunk. DNA analysis revealed that the blood belonged to Tiale, who had been murdered. After that, any remaining doubts were dispelled, and the Thorburns were taken into custody. They were questioned separately, with Trent being the first to speak. It turned out that he had duped Tiale into seducing him by telling her about his feelings and promising that they would always be together. She fell completely in love with him, believed him, and even boasted to her school friends that she was in a real relationship. However, when she became suspicious of the pregnancy, she realized that the foster father could literally kill her and began to ask her classmates to take her in. At least for a while. Rick fought the longest, but was put under pressure by evidence and testimony from his family members. He confessed to killing his foster daughter, claiming he was only trying to protect his family. He had strangled her severely and disfigured her body in the hopes that no one would ever identify him. Rick didn't consider the possibility of DNA testing when the head of the family was formally charged with first-degree murder. He collapsed and was rushed to the hospital with a heart attack. Their doctors concluded that he had caused the attack himself by taking a large dose of powerful drugs. They fought for his life for several days so that the perpetrator could face trial and receive a just punishment. The entire country followed each family member's trial and sentencing, as well as the investigation and trial, because the Tiale Palmer case became one of the most publicized and cruel in the last decade. Each member of the Thorburn family was found guilty, but many believe their sentences were too lenient. For example, Josh, the eldest son, was sentenced to just 3 months in prison for perjury and attempting to obstruct the investigation. The court considered his genuine remorse and the fact that he was a key witness against his father and younger brother during the trial. Julia Thorburn was sentenced to 1.5 years in prison for perjury and harboring her husband and son. At trial, she admitted that she was terrified of her husband and believed he could murder her and her son. The youngest of the brothers was sentenced to 4 years in prison, which many children believe is too light a punishment for seducing Tiale. Perjury and obstruction of the investigation. In fact, the young man served just over a year before being released early. The head of the family who treated Tiale the most brutally was sentenced to life in prison. He pleaded guilty to all counts and expressed deep regret for his actions. Rick repeatedly stated that he was motivated by the desire to protect his family, but he does not understand how he could commit such a crime. Following the final verdict, Tiale's birth mother gave an interview in which she stated that none of the punishments for her daughter's killers were harsh enough. However, the day of the verdict signals the end of her quest for justice. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. On November 16, 2012, the dispatch center in Lake County, Ohio, received a distressing 911 call. The caller, a highly agitated adolescent girl, struggled to communicate due to her distress. It soon became clear that she was reporting that her older sister was attacking their mother. Law enforcement officers quickly arrived at the residence, where they encountered the frantic caller. She explained that her older sister, Sabrina Zunic, 18, had stabbed their mother. When they arrived, Sabrina emerged from the house, clutching a bloodied knife. The police demanded that she drop the weapon, and she complied. They were met with a gruesome scene inside the house. Lisa Marie McIntosh was born on May 20, 1971. Lisa, the daughter of William and Rita McIntosh, was a single mother who had a daughter from a previous relationship. She married Kevin Noefel in 2006, and he has a son from a previous relationship. The couple had their daughter in 2009. Lisa, a social worker with the Department of Children and Family Services who specialized in child abuse cases, had a strong desire to help others. Demonstrating their dedication to assisting children, Kevin and Lisa have decided to become foster parents. Lisa's friend commented that when she had foster children, she treated them as if they were her own. She made a point of going above and beyond as a parent. Sabrina Zunic, 16, moved into their home in the summer of 2011. Sabrina Zunic was born on October 27, 1994, somewhere near Cleveland, Ohio. Her upbringing was difficult, as both of her parents struggled with alcohol and substance abuse, resulting in a highly unstable home environment. Sabrina's early experiences were marred by her parents' criminal troubles, and even as a baby she was exposed to substances like vodka in her bottle to induce sleep. These circumstances aided Sabrina's development of behavioral and mental health issues such as ADHD, oppositional defiance disorder, bipolar disorder, anxiety, and depression. Sabrina went to live with her grandmother after being removed from her parents' custody. Unfortunately, her grandmother's declining health coincided with Sabrina's adolescence, and her rebellious behavior became difficult for her grandmother to deal with. Sabrina entered the foster care system at the age of 14, living in a variety of homes and group settings before being placed with Lisa and Kevin Noefel. Sabrina made significant progress in changing her life in 2011, thanks to Kevin and Lisa's care. She began attending school on a regular basis, excelled academically, and aspired to be a massage therapist. Sabrina has seamlessly integrated into the family, making positive connections with the two girls and actively participating in school. Sabrina chose to stay with Lisa and Kevin to complete her education after turning 18 and becoming eligible to leave foster care, expressing her happiness in their home. Nonetheless, a tragic question arises. What drove Sabrina to stab her foster mother to death in front of Lisa's two young daughters? Lisa was at home with the children on November 16, 2012, while Kevin was working as a truck driver. During the night, the teenage and 3-year-old daughters heard their mother's screams and discovered Sabrina stabbing Lisa multiple times. In the midst of the terrifying scene, the younger child sought refuge in a closet, while Lisa's teenage daughter pleaded with Sabrina to stop the assault and immediately dialed 911. The situation was described as completely chaotic, with the distraught caller informing police that her sister had fatally stabbed their mother. Lisa Noefel was pronounced dead on the scene. Sabrina was arrested, and the murder weapon, a 15-inch knife with a 9-inch convex and serrated blade without a hilt, was found in the house. Notably, Sabrina accepted responsibility for the act, admitting that she was the one who stabbed Lisa to death. Despite the disturbing nature of the murder, police were concerned about the brutality of the attack on Lisa Noefel, who had opened her home to care for a teenager. The assault resulted in almost 200 stab wounds, indicating a vicious and violent act. The police informed Lisa's husband, 42-year-old Kevin Noefel, who worked as a truck driver and was away in Michigan at the time, about her death. Kevin called 911 to inquire about the girls' well-being and was advised to pick them up from the police station. Kevin got them at 5 a.m. that morning. Over the next 10 months, law enforcement worked hard to piece together the puzzle surrounding the crime. The investigation's findings indicated a shift in the Knofel household dynamics around December of 2011. Sabrina Zunick, who was initially content in the home, began to have conflicts with Lisa. Jealousy emerged as a significant factor, with Sabrina expressing resentment toward Lisa and accusing her of favoring Haley and Megan, the family's two younger girls. The inquiry loomed. Could these tensions have pushed Sabrina to commit the heinous act of murdering Lisa? Several months after her arrest, Sabrina offered to cooperate with police in exchange for a 30-year parole possibility rather than a life sentence without parole. Sabrina made a shocking disclosure in her statements. She claimed to have had sex with her foster father, Kevin. Sabrina stated that this relationship began in the spring of 2012. Following Sabrina's arrest, she claimed that it was Kevin's idea to plan and carry out Lisa's murder. Kevin Knofel was facing charges for the murder of his wife, Lisa. He was charged with conspiracy to commit aggravated murder, complicity in aggravated murder, and 6 counts of sexual battery. During the trial, Kevin entered a not guilty plea, and the focus was solely on his charges. Sabrina, who had previously pleaded guilty, agreed to testify for the prosecution against Kevin. The prosecution argued that, while Sabrina was the one who physically stabbed Lisa to death, Kevin was aware of and involved in the murder. The prosecution claimed that Kevin wanted to end his relationship with Lisa, as evidenced by statements to friends about a possible divorce. They also claimed that Kevin stood to benefit financially from Lisa's death because of the existence of multiple insurance policies. During the trial, the prosecution presented evidence indicating a change in Lisa Knofel's behavior preceding her tragic death. Lisa's coworker testified that in the months leading up to her murder, Lisa appeared distracted and made an effort to focus. She also mentioned delivering food to Kevin the day after Lisa died, noting that his demeanor seemed normal, and seeing a picture of Sabrina on the refrigerator. Kevin's apparent lack of emotional response was accentuated when she saw him at Lisa's funeral and described him as emotionless. Another coworker stated that Lisa underwent a significant change in 2012. Lisa began taking private phone calls away from her desk, which appeared to upset her. When she spoke with Kevin the day after Lisa's murder, he mentioned that recouping Lisa's $50,000 salary would be difficult. The prosecution called witnesses to testify about Kevin's behavior after learning of Lisa's death. Kevin was described as calm by the police officers involved in the case. Patrolman who met Kevin in the police station lobby a few hours after Lisa's death reported that he appeared relatively calm during the encounter. Detective Brian Jackson of the Willoughby Hills Police Department testified during the trial, recounting an interaction with Kevin the day after Lisa's murder. Kevin expressed a desire to enter the house, but Detective Jackson advised against it, explaining that the scene had not been cleaned. Despite the gruesome circumstances, Kevin showed no emotion and insisted on seeing the scene for himself, claiming that he had been in similar situations before. The prosecution presented evidence about the insurance money, revealing that Kevin had collected insurance funds following Lisa's death. Testimonies focused on Kevin Swift's actions on the morning of Lisa's murder. Kevin called Lisa's workplace to inquire about the paperwork required to file a claim on Lisa's life insurance policy with the union. Jill Reynolds, a benefit specialist at Gordon Food Services where Kevin worked as a transit driver, testified that on the day Lisa was killed, Kevin contacted her to report Lisa's death and stated that he planned to file an insurance claim. This information was critical in establishing a timeline of Kevin's actions and decisions in the immediate aftermath of the tragedy, which helped to shape the prosecution's narrative about the financial implications of Lisa's death. The prosecution informed the court that Kevin filed several insurance claims on November 16, including a $250,000 life policy for Lisa Knoll. This policy, which was issued on May 16, 2012, provided coverage for her life. According to Christopher Eddy, a team leader at Guardian Life Insurance Company, which provides insurance for Cuyahoga children and family services, Kevin received a $250,000 check as payment for the claim. Farmers Insurance paid Kevin $150,000 for his term life insurance policy purchased in 2009. This is for Lisa. After Lisa died, Kevin changed the property's insurance policy from renters to homeowners and added a swimming pool. Kevin also purchased auto insurance for a 2013 Cruze, a 2011 Malibu, and 2 campers, using the funds not only to pay off his mortgage, but also to buy new cars and a home in Florida, as well as funding flying lessons. Lisa owned nearly $800,000. The prosecution called Sabrina as a witness in life insurance policies, which Kevin collected throughout the trial, and she testified that her relationship with her foster father Kevin began in the spring of 2012. Sabrina testified in court that Kevin typically drove her to Willoughby South High School and that they engaged in sexual activities during these rides. She claimed that Kevin explained that he couldn't divorce Lisa because of concerns about sharing custody of Haley. According to Sabrina, the idea of killing Lisa started as a small thought. Kevin would occasionally text her, expressing his dislike for Lisa and suggesting that once Lisa was gone, they could buy their own home and live together, and Sabrina could attend college while acting as the children's mother. Sabrina told the court that she approached her friend Autumn Pavlik in early October to find someone to kill her foster mother. Autumn testified, asking me if I could get her a hitman. She declared that they were getting a divorce and that she was worth more dead than alive. However, Sabrina eventually decided to handle the situation herself. She testified that on November 15, 2012, Kevin drove her to school but started crying after parking. Sabrina claimed that Kevin revealed that they had a heated argument with Lisa the night before and that he would consider suicide if Lisa wasn't dead. Sabrina told the court that I was scared for him because I had fallen in love with him. Sabrina responded by assuring Kevin that she would take responsibility for killing Lisa, and Lisa died less than 24 hours later. The prosecution called Dr. Joseph Andrew Philo, a forensic pathologist at the Cuyahoga County Medical Examiner's Office, to testify about Lisa's severe injuries. Lisa's autopsy was overseen by Dr. Philo. According to Dr. Philo's testimony, Lisa died as a result of a mandible jaw injury that penetrated deeply enough to sever the carotid artery connecting the brain. Another lethal wound was discovered in her breast, which penetrated and collapsed the underlying lung. Dr. Philo described several cuts on Lisa's body as intricate and complex, implying that either the knife was twisted upon entry or the body was in a twisting motion. One of Lisa's fingers and one thumb were almost severed. Lisa's body also showed signs of defensive wounds. Dr. Philo concluded that the death was caused by at least 178 stab and incised wounds to the head, neck, torso, and extremities, along with musculoskeletal, vascular, and visceral injuries. The brutality of the assault was highlighted by the fact that the knife used had bent as a result of the extreme violence inflicted during the attack. The defense argued that Kevin was not guilty and that Sabrina bore sole responsibility for Lisa's death. They emphasized the lack of physical evidence supporting Kevin and Sabrina's sexual relationship, as well as the prosecution's reliance on Sabrina's testimony, which they argued was untrustworthy given her agreement to a plea deal in exchange for a reduced sentence. The defense claimed Sabrina's motive for killing Lisa stemmed from a conversation 2 weeks before the tragedy. According to their case, Lisa informed Sabrina that she had to vacate by January 1, 2013. Kevin decided not to testify at the trial. The court was informed that, despite the inability to recover text messages or phone call records between Sabrina and Kevin, official records revealed a significant amount of communication. 1491 texts or calls exchanged between their cell phones from November 1 to November 16, 2012. Notably, there were 78 recorded calls or texts beginning at 7:12 p.m. from November 15 to 12:48 a.m. on November 16, half an hour before Lisa's tragic death. After nearly 10 hours of deliberation, the jury found Kevin guilty of all 11 counts. The charges included 6 counts of sexual battery, 3 counts of complicity in aggravated murder, and 2 counts of conspiracy in aggravated murder. Kevin was sentenced to life in prison, with the possibility of parole after 30 years. Sabrina, who pleaded guilty to aggravated murder, was sentenced to life in prison, with the possibility of parole after 30 years. The legal proceedings concluded with both individuals facing substantial penalties for their roles in the tragic events. As a result, Kevin's currently incarcerated at the Lake Erie Correctional Institution in Conneaut, Ohio, with a parole date of 2043. Sabrina is currently incarcerated at the Dayton Correctional Institution in Dayton, Ohio, with a parole date of 2042. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. In the mid-1920s, the story of Dina Thompson, a British woman who was known as the Black Widow, was the subject of many crime shows and documentaries. At first glance, this woman seemed nice, but she turned out to be a pathological liar and con artist who killed at least one man who loved her deeply. Dina got away with many crimes, but in 2003, she was finally put in jail. Even though the person was facing life in prison, the court was surprisingly lenient and let them out on parole. So, in 2022, one of the most dangerous criminals got away with her crimes after miraculously surviving her evil ex-husband. Experts say that the fact that Thompson's victims were always men may be a sign that the criminal experienced some kind of trauma as a child or teen. Dina, on the other hand, had a very good childhood. The girl was born in North London in 1960 and grew up with her whole family. Their family didn't have much, but they made sure their daughter had everything she needed. Their head of the family worked as a prison guard and was very into sports. Dina's father encouraged her to go to gyms as a child, where she worked hard at gymnastics. In addition, the man often took his daughter with him to all kinds of sports competitions, even ones that were held in other countries. As a child, Dina was active, happy, and friendly. She quickly became friends with her peers and, as she got older, learned how to get guys' attention quickly. The girl went to college after high school and then got a job at a bank in the area. When Dina was 22, she met Lee Wyatt, who would become her first husband. Someone set them up on a blind date, which is how they met in the first place. As soon as the two young people met, they fell in love and a rough romance began. They got along great and spent a lot of time together. After 2 years, they made their relationship official. After getting married, the couple moved to Yapton, a small town in the country with only 3,000 people. Soon after, they had a son, and the new parents slowly started their own business by making one-of-a-kind soft toys based on pictures they came up with together. At the same time, Dina worked as a cashier for a construction company. Neighbors said that their family was very happy and doing well. The family head was often away on business trips and wasn't at home for long periods of time. When it came to his neighbors, the man hardly ever talked to them, but his wife quickly became friendly with people in the area. Dina knew how to get along with others, and men were quick to trust her. The pretty young woman often caught their attention. Dina met a young reporter named Julian Webb at the start of the 1990s. The man offered to use her as a model for ads for clothes and home goods, and soon her pictures were in newspapers and magazines in the area. Dina was happy to pose for the picture and didn't mind being looked at. Lee Wyatt hadn't been home in months, and no one was sure where he was or what was wrong with him. It turned out that Lee had been in the small town of New Quay the whole time, which is almost on the other side of the country. His plan was to hide from the mafia, so he lived there under a fake name and fake papers. The man's wife told him a series of clever lies to make him believe that their family was in grave danger and that the only way out was to run away. In addition to making unique soft toys, the couple was also known for making a leprechaun named Sean, which sold well and became somewhat famous. Around the beginning of 1991, Dina told her husband that the Disney company liked their creation so much that they were willing to pay £50 million to use the character. But the happiness didn't last long. Soon, the woman told them that criminals had learned about the big deal and wanted to take most of the money while threatening to kill the whole family. Dina also found a way out. She cleverly told her husband he needed to secrete himself. Lee got some fake papers right away and ran away. The woman, however, was very smart and got Lee to write her several threatening letters and record several similar phone calls. She said that this would show that he hated his wife and stop the mafia from after her. The husband did what his wife told him to do because he didn't think anything was wrong. He then ran away. Lee was willing to do any job because he was in a new city and didn't have a home or any friends. He sent all the money he made to his wife and son so they didn't have to worry about anything. Most likely this escape really did save his life, but not from imaginary thieves. His own wife was the real threat. Dina married her new love, Julian, in November of the same year, 1991. The wedding was paid for with the money Lee had sent home, even though Dina had lied to him about it. Webb was deeply in love and very happy, but soon after the wedding, Neighbors noticed that the woman often went to see her lovers while her husband was at work. After some time, she told Julian that she was dying and that her job had fired her because of it. The story about the fatal diagnosis and being fired was a lie from the beginning to the end. It also turned out that a lot of money had been taken from the company where Dana worked, and she was the main suspect in the crime. After that, the woman said that her first husband, Lee Wyatt, threatened her and made her do the crime. She showed proof in the form of the letters and recordings that she had herself persuaded him to make. Wyatt went back home as soon as he found out that his wife had married someone else. A scandal was all that the case was about, and Dana said he beat her, but there was no proof of this. The detective still chose to side with the woman, though, so Lee had to quickly leave Yapton again. When Julian was in love, his situation didn't bother him at all, and he spent all of his savings on her fake illness so she could get better. While the money was still there, time went on and Julian began to wonder how the treatment was going. It turned out that the woman didn't have any medical records to back up her diagnosis. Family relationships broke down, and neighbors heard the spouses yelling at each other. Julian's sudden death happened in June 1994, just one day after his 31st birthday party. His mom called him the night before the terrible event, but Dina said her husband wasn't feeling well and couldn't answer. Julian's mom told her sister-in-law to call an ambulance, but her sister-in-law didn't listen. The experts found that the young man died of a drug overdose, but no one thought that this was a criminal act, and the man's wife insisted that her husband had chosen to end his own life. She also wanted Julian's body to be burned, but his parents were very against this. After she died, Dina tried to get a big insurance payment from her husband, but she was turned down because their marriage was ruled invalid. Dina didn't even try to cry or show sadness at the funeral. Instead, she wore an honest outfit and acted rudely. Almost right away after that, the widowed woman started having a lot of affairs and romances. She didn't hide the fact that she had lovers over. She did it in public. Dina filed for divorce from her first legal husband in 1997. A little less than a year later, she met Richard Thompson and fell in love with him right away. Dana didn't give it much thought before telling her new lover that she was very sick and didn't have long to live. The man, who was deeply in love with her, promised to make the last few months of her life into a fairy tale. He was ready to spend all of his savings on this. The wedding took place in one of Florida's best hotels, and the couple spent their honeymoon there before moving to Brighton, England, on the south coast of their home country. Richard said that the way his wife cared for and supported him literally put a spell on him. She also skillfully pretended to agree with all of his ideas and goals. He had always wanted to own his own boat so that he could fish professionally. His wife not only liked the idea, but she also suggested that he start a business renting out yachts so that he could fish and teach other people how to fish. A romantic dinner was planned for Dina and her husband on New Year's Eve, less than a year after they got married. After taking a bath together, she told her husband she had made him a special gift and asked for permission to tie him up. Richard agreed right away because he didn't think anything was wrong. He had ropes around his hands, a blindfold over his eyes, and a gag in his mouth when he was hit hard on the head with a bat. This was followed by another hit. Thanks to his quick thinking, Richard not only didn't pass out but also got away quickly. After that, Dina got a knife and cut her husband in the shoulder. Richard took the gun away from his wife, held her down, and called the police. She broke down in tears and told him she had been lying to him the whole time and spent all of his money. Once she got to the police station, though, she calmed down and started to say that her husband had attacked her and that she was only protecting herself. The story didn't end there. The next day, a real estate agent came to Richard's house to try to sell it. The landlady told him that her husband had left for America on a business trip before their meeting. Richard knew at that moment that his wife was planning to kill him, sell the house, and take the money. Because everyone thought Thompson had crossed the ocean, no one would look for him. It turned out that the woman had taken all of her husband's money out of his bank accounts and used his credit cards to rack up a lot of debt while the case was going on in court. A lot of people heard about the case, and other men who used to be with Dina and were cheated on and drained of money by her lies about a fake disease that could not be cured, started to call the police. The woman's first husband then talked about how he had to hide for many years, first from people who thought the mafia was after her, and then from the police. It turned out that Dana had stolen from the company where she worked, even though she blamed her husband for everything. Even though there was strong evidence against the woman, she was found not guilty of attacking her husband, Richard Thompson. Some people said that Richard made up the story to get attention for himself. Dina was still found guilty of many financial frauds and given a sentence of almost 4 years in prison. All the attention on Dina Thompson also made people think of her second husband, journalist Julian Webb, who died in a strange and sudden way. The woman herself gave very different stories about how and why he died. She said that the steroids her husband took to stay in shape were killing him. Then she said he drank a lot and then passed out in the sun, getting sunstroke. She even said that he killed himself at the inquest, even though she had warned them not to. Dana told her best friend that she had poisoned her husband by putting strong drugs in a dish that he loved that was spicy. The police were able to find the owner of the diner where Julian often ate and picked up food to go. He remembered that Webb's wife had made rice and chicken curry the day before the terrible event. Then, the police thought that this seasoning might have been hiding the real taste of the drugs. Because new information came to light, a new investigation was started, and Julian's body was dug up and sent to be looked at. It turned out that the man was poisoned by a lot of strong antidepressants that were mixed into his favorite curry dish, and then made stronger by aspirin, which Dina mixed into her husband's drink. Webb was still alive when his mother called. He could have been saved, but that wasn't a plan from his wife. For the first time, the Black Widow was put on trial in 2003. During the hearing, the investigator said she was the most dangerous woman he had ever worked with, and the judge said she was a very good liar. Dina Thompson was given a life sentence with the possibility of parole after 16 years. People have made documentaries about the crimes of the Black Widow, talked about them on TV, and written about them in the news. Detectives found out about another scary event in Dina's past, even after she was in jail. The person who was one of her first lovers never showed up again and has still not been found, dead or alive. Stanislav Kostov was the young man's name. He lived in Bulgaria, which is where Dana trained as a gymnast in the late 1970s. A romantic relationship started between them, and then the guy was never seen again. The investigation doesn't rule out the possibility that Dana has something to do with this case, and Kostov was one of her first victims. But there was nothing that could be shown. Thompson worked with a prison psychologist and took rehabilitation classes while she was in jail. The detective in charge of Dina's case says that she doesn't feel bad about what she did and can commit another crime even though she has been good and said the right things about re-education and admitting her mistakes. Still, Black Widow, who was 61 years old, was let out of prison in the summer of 2022. Richard Thompson said he wouldn't feel safe now that he knows about it because he doesn't know what to expect from his ex-spouse. Now Dina has to tell the police about all of her relationships and connections, stay inside after dark, and report all of her financial transactions. She also can't talk to her ex-husbands or lovers who were hurt by what she did. She has to wear a special bracelet on her leg that keeps track of everything she does. A few months after she was freed, reporters caught Thompson coming back from the store with a big bag of shopping. On her right hand's ring finger, there was a huge ring that looked a lot like an engagement ring. It is possible that the Black Widow caught another gullible person in her web. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. The Irene Cortez case, a tragic accident or a planned murder of a mother of many. A scorned woman is said to be capable of unpredictable and desperate acts, the most fearsome of which is cold and cruel revenge. But what about the scorned man? Many people believe that an offended man will either resort to physical violence, drown his sorrows in alcohol, or combine the two. Men, on the other hand, tend to hold fewer grudges and can be more inventive when it comes to vengeance. The case of Irene Cortez a Spanish citizen who died mysteriously during a trip to Colombia, is complex and ambiguous. While her assailants were apprehended, convicted, and are currently serving lengthy sentences, the deceased woman's family claims the true perpetrator is still at large and portraying himself as a victim. Let us begin by delving into this complex story and determining whether a third party was involved or if the murder was unintentional. It's worth noting that each party is still attempting to prove their version of the truth. Who was Irene Cortez? Irene Cortez, born Lucas, was born in 1980 in the sunny city of Granada, Spain, which is the capital of the same province. She grew up in a wealthy family with a brother and sister. Her parents operated a small but profitable business. According to some reports, her father died young, but her mother, Maria Lucas, took over the business, expanded it, and made sure her children had everything they needed. Maria's older brother, Uncle Pedro Lucas, was also very helpful. Irene was the oldest of the three children. A beautiful and sociable girl, she enjoyed being the center of attention and was drawn to boys from a young age. She married shortly after finishing school and was already pregnant. She gave birth to her first child at the age of 17, and 2 years later, she had her second. Despite being a young mother, her mother and uncle provided her with significant support, allowing her to continue her education. Irene relocated to Malaga, a resort city, with her husband and 2 children in early 2000. She opened an entertainment venue, which quickly became popular and profitable. Originally a small disco bar, it grew into a full-fledged nightclub in Malaga. The couple had their third child, and life appeared prosperous and stable. At the age of 25, Irene's husband was arrested and sentenced to 5 years in prison for trafficking illegal substances. Tragically, he died in prison under mysterious circumstances. Irene was solely responsible for raising her children. Irene was determined to persevere after witnessing her mother raising 3 children on her own. She ran her business successfully, made good money, and had big plans for the future. Relationship with Farid Linus Ariza. Farid Linus Ariza, a native of Barranquilla, Colombia, was born in 1976. He grew up in a large, impoverished family as the youngest of 6 siblings. His parents divorced in the early 1990s when he was still a teenager. His older siblings had become self-sufficient by then, so Farid remained with his mother. Farid moved to Spain with his elderly mother in 2001 at the age of 25 in search of a better life. They settled in Malaga, and Farid worked any job he could to support himself and his mother. In 2005, he began working as a waiter at a nightclub owned by Irene. Irene immediately recognized Farid's dedication and dependability. She was also attracted to him, and Farid did his best to please her. Irene's husband was incarcerated at the time, and she had planned to file for divorce, but was unable to do so before his untimely death. Irene and Farid's employee relationship quickly developed into romance. Farid was not put off by Irene's 3 children from previous relationships, nor was Irene concerned about Farid's humble background as a waiter whose salary she paid. Within months of starting their relationship, the couple decided to live together. They moved into Irene's spacious apartment, and soon after, Irene became pregnant with Farid's child. They had 2 children together. It's unclear whether they were legally married, but Irene retained her first husband's surname, while Farid's children took the surname Linus Ariza. Surname: imprisonment and infidelity. In 2009, Irene's past appeared to repeat itself. Farid, like her first husband, was arrested for distributing illegal substances and sentenced to prison. Irene was once again left alone, but this time with 5 children. Farid was sentenced to 3 years, but served only 1.5, being released early due to good behavior and cooperation with the investigation. However, shortly after Farid's imprisonment, Irene found solace in the arms of another man and lived with him for 1.5 years. Farid learned of her infidelity only after he was released. Understandably enraged, he threatened Irene and her lover and nearly assaulted the man, narrowly avoiding another legal scuffle. They eventually reached a peaceful resolution to the situation. Farid forgave Irene for the sake of their children, and they resumed their relationship as if the imprisonment and infidelity had never happened. Irene's relatives were always skeptical of Farid. Her mother and uncle disapproved of their relationship, believing Farid was only interested in Irene's money. Furthermore, Irene's older children from her first marriage rejected Farid, whereas the youngest, whom Farid had raised since the child was 2, saw him as a father figure. A fateful trip to Colombia. Farid, Irene's husband, expressed a desire to return to Colombia due to his father's serious illness in early 2011. According to reports, Farid's estranged father has been diagnosed with advanced cancer, and his sister in Barranquilla informed him of the dire situation. Irene, who had long wanted to visit Farid's homeland, agreed to accompany him. She was excited to meet Farid's father, whom she had never met before, as well as participate in the legendary Barranquilla Carnival, which takes place in late February. Furthermore, Irene, who had not taken a vacation in years, due to her commitment to her job and raising her 5 children, saw this trip as an opportunity for a much-needed break. The couple planned a 10-day trip across the ocean, with Irene's mother and younger sister agreeing to look after her children during this time. Despite her mother Maria Lucas's attempts to dissuade her from the journey due to a bad omen, Irene ignored her fears. At the same time, the family was experiencing financial difficulties due to a seasonal downturn in their business. Despite this, Irene had personal savings of $3,000 in cash hidden at home, but on the eve of their trip, she discovered the money had mysteriously vanished, nearly derailing their plans. Irene quickly borrowed the money from her uncle and close friends. She also reserved their flight tickets in a hotel in the city center, thoroughly preparing for what would tragically be her final journey. Mysterious murder. On February 27th of 2011, the couple arrived in Colombia. The flight was uneventful, and they immediately checked into their hotel. Irene called home to reassure her mom. However, 2 days later, Farid informed Irene's eldest son, 14, that his mother had died. Farid initially claimed an accident, but it was later discovered that Irene was murdered during a robbery at a Barranquilla entertainment venue. The case quickly became a major headline in Colombia. The story was that Irene, a Spanish tourist, was murdered by robbers who fled the scene, sparking a citywide police manhunt. However, the circumstances surrounding the robbery and murder appeared unusual and suspicious. The attackers did not appear to be attempting to steal anything. Instead, they shot Irene in the heart and fled quickly. Police and local media representatives arrived quickly, despite the fact that Farid witnessed his partner's shooting during an interview with journalists. He appeared calm, not like a grieving widower. The Spanish embassy in Bogotá confirmed the murder and stated that Irene's remains would be repatriated following the necessary investigations. Investigators are still determining the exact events of the night of March 2nd. In the meantime, authorities are actively pursuing the perpetrators of this senseless crime. Surveillance footage. The case of Irene Cortez's mysterious death appeared to be gaining clarity. After reviewing surveillance footage from cameras installed at the murder scene on March 1st, Irene and her partner, Farid Alinas Ariza, had arranged to meet Farid's brother, sister, and their spouses. The 6-person group attended the carnival, walked around town, and then went to a local bar for dinner and entertainment, as suggested by Farid. By 1 a.m., Irene, Farid, and his relatives were the only customers at the bar, according to surveillance footage. Around 2 a.m., 2 young men sitting away from the crowd entered the bar. They didn't order anything and didn't appear to be comfortable, which drew the bar manager's attention due to their suspicious behavior. Furthermore, their young appearance prompted the manager to inquire as to their legal age. The young men refused to show their IDs, and when asked to leave, one of them pulled out a gun and pointed it at the manager. His accomplice produced a knife, but quickly retreated out of the camera's view. The armed assailant pushed the manager aside and approached Irene's table, announcing the robbery and demanding mobile phones and cash. His knife-wielding partner reappeared, presumably to collect valuables, while the gunman continued to threaten the group. However, he did not have the opportunity to act, confronting Irene. The gunman instructed Farid to stand for a pocket search. As Irene reached for her purse, the assailant lunged at her while holding the gun. As he grabbed the purse, he fired a shot that struck Irene directly in the chest. She collapsed on the floor as the assailants fled without taking anything. Farid and his brother pursued them while his sister attempted to stop Irene's bleeding and his brother's wife requested emergency assistance. Unfortunately, the criminals were too quick to apprehend. The men returned to the bar and attempted to help Irene, but it was too late. Emergency personnel arrived quickly, but Irene died from her injuries en route to the hospital, leaving behind a perplexing case and a bereaved family. The manhunt for the perpetrators, arrest and trial. Following the robbery and homicide that claimed Irene Cortez's life, law enforcement deployed all available resources. The city was teeming with tourists for the carnival, so ensuring their safety was critical. A reward of $10 million, or approximately $3,500, was announced for information leading to the culprits. The first suspect, gunman Brian Dario, was apprehended the following day. He promptly implicated his accomplice, Juan Carlos. Juan, 18, surrendered to authorities, hoping for leniency. During interrogation, Dario claimed that dire financial straits, debts, and a sick child in need of costly treatment drove him to commit the crime, which his relatives later confirmed. He insisted that Irene's shooting was unintentional, occurring while attempting to steal her purse. Juan Carlos claimed he was an unwitting participant. He claimed Brian did not reveal his plans, but rather requested backup in a job for which he claimed to have only a small knife for intimidation, not harm, and fled the scene when he realized Brian's intentions. However, surveillance footage contradicted his claims, revealing that he returned to Brian with both perpetrators in custody and their confessions. With prison sentences looming, the court found Dario guilty of robbery and homicide in aggravating circumstances and sentenced him to 23 years. Carlos was sentenced to 17 years for complicity in these crimes. Farid is accused, and new details about the crime have emerged. The family of the deceased woman accused Farid of orchestrating his wife's murder from the start of the investigation. Irene's mother and uncle hired a detective to conduct an independent investigation, gathering additional materials and evidence to hold the man accountable and prove his role in the crime. Starting with the previously mentioned disappearance of year 3000 from Cortez's hiding place. According to Maria Lucas, Farid was the only one who knew about the money and could have discreetly taken it. The woman told her daughter about this from the start, but she refused to listen. Now, she believed her son-in-law used the money to pay Dario to murder his wife. Another compelling argument was the man's father's fabricated illness, which he was eager to see. The elderly parent was not diagnosed with cancer, and he appeared to be in good health for his age. Farid made up this story, which served as the main pretext for the trip to Colombia. Furthermore, it was Linus Arizo who initiated the visit to that fateful establishment. Furthermore, he insisted on continuing the feast late into the night, when all of the other visitors had left and their company was alone in the hall. Furthermore, the detective conducted a detailed analysis of the camera recordings, assessing what was going on and drawing his own conclusions. He noticed that the criminals behaved strangely. Juan was obviously terrified, and he most likely had no idea what was happening. While Brian approached, the company approached Farid and raised him without directly threatening him with a gun. It appeared that the men knew each other and acted together. Then Farid moved strangely behind Irene, who was sitting at the table, and reached into her bag for her wallet. The criminal with the gun stared at the man, as if waiting for a signal. It's unclear whether he received any kind of sign when the victim and her husband returned to the camera after the shot. The man chased the killer, but the expert believes he intentionally let him escape. However, the latter statement may be considered controversial because Brian was armed and Farid could reasonably fear for his life. The man's behavior was also called into question. After his chosen one was declared dead, he willingly gave interviews to the arriving correspondents, discussing the details of what happened while remaining composed and not appearing upset or depressed. Another important question is why, after the tragedy, Linus Ariza called her 14-year-old son rather than Irene's mother, uncle, or any other adult relative. According to Maria Lucas, he intended to personally inflict pain on the teenager, punishing him for failing to recognize the stepfather's authority and treating him disrespectfully. The woman's uncle was the first to give an interview to the press, openly discussing his suspicions and the findings of the investigation. Pedro Lucas was certain that Farid had planned the trip in advance, effectively luring Efrain into a trap. The money stolen from her was used to pay for the services of a hired killer, and after her death, he intended to establish guardianship over the children and take over his wife's business. Farid's mother did not stand silently by as her son was accused of a heinous crime. Instead, she openly defended her son. The woman claimed that her offspring adored Irene and her children and would never harm them. However, the parent inadvertently said that the chosen one did not have to cheat on Farid. which greatly offended his pride. In addition, an unpleasant detail emerged about Linus Ariza leaving Spain on fake documents because he was not permitted to leave the country after being released from prison on parole. The man denied this information, claiming that he left legally and Irene served as his guarantor. Funeral without the widower. Irene's body was returned to her native Spain 12 days after the tragedy occurred. The funeral was held with a closed casket because the remains had begun to decompose after such a long time. Hundreds attended the funeral. Family, friends, neighbors, and even those who didn't know Cortez but had heard the moving story wanted to send their condolences to the family. Farid was the only person who did not attend the farewell ceremony because he was afraid of retribution if he returned from Colombia. Farid claimed that his late wife's relatives had repeatedly threatened both him and his elderly mother. As a result, before flying back to Spain, he planned to appeal to the authorities to ensure his safety. He sought a protective order so that he could attend the funeral, but his request was denied, and Linus Ariza decided not to take the risk. In response, Farid filed a court complaint against his deceased wife's relatives, alleging that they obstructed his return home. Maria and Pedro Lucas, on the other hand, denied his claims, stating that their primary concern was his return to Spain to face trial. Additional court proceedings, with new circumstances and accusations against Farid, further investigation and court proceedings were launched. Dario and Carlos, who were already serving their sentences in a Colombian prison, were questioned about their relationship with Linus Ariza and a possible premeditated conspiracy. However, Brian categorically rejected this assumption. He insisted that the murder was an accident caused by a failed robbery attempt. He claimed he had never met Farid before, let alone hired him as a hitman for his wife. The accusations appeared to be grasping at straws, with no conclusive evidence of premeditation or a contract killing, only assumptions and interpretations of the events on the recording. Dario also admitted to being under the influence of alcohol and prohibited substances that evening, which explains his poor recollection of the events. Carlos insisted that his friend had not included him in his plans, and that everything that happened in the bar was as shocking to him as it was to those they assaulted. Juan appeared to be telling the truth, but Brian's statement about who fired the fatal shot raised some doubts. Consider this. He failed to commit the robbery, was imprisoned, and his sick child received the necessary expensive treatment. Brian claimed that when kind-hearted people discovered his motivation, they helped him. However, the Lucas family's lawyers attempted to show that the Euro 3000 stolen from Irene, which Farid paid for her murder, was spent on treatment. Brian allegedly agreed to sacrifice himself and go to prison to save his child while secretly passing the money to his wife. This version, however, was never verified. Returned to Spain. Linus Ariza only decided to return to Spain after obtaining a court order guaranteeing his safety. A few months had passed since the tragedy, and the media frenzy had subsided. When he returned, Linus Ariza claimed to have brought investigation materials that proved his innocence in his wife's murder. He stated that his main reason for returning was to care for the children he shared with Irene, who had been cared for by the deceased's relatives while he was away. 6 months later, Farid decided to give a major interview, in which he revealed that he had lost almost everything. He was unemployed, and his passport had been revoked, preventing him from leaving the country. To make matters worse, his friends abandoned him, and his late wife's mother and uncle forbade him from seeing his children. Linus Ariza confronted Maria and Pedro Lucas in court several times. He claimed they threatened him while trying to prove his involvement in Irene's murder. However, neither side could back up their claims. Finally, the children remained in the care of their grandmother and uncle, and the widower was unable to claim any of his late wife's belongings. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. The case of Nobuyuki, who abducted Fusako Sano, a schoolgirl, and kept her as a pet in his house, eventually realizing that the perpetrator was a maniac, is possible due to the nature of his actions. As a rule, maniacs abuse, torture, and then brutally take the lives of their victims. However, sometimes such abuse lasts for years or even decades. If the account of a maniac has more than 2 victims, criminalists call it a series, and the criminal himself is a serial maniac. The history of world criminalistics knows many cases when maniacs did not kill their victims, but held them captive in their own homes, basements, or specially created bunkers. It is enough to remember Natasha Kush, or Elizabeth Fritzl, who was kept by her own father in the basement of their house for 24 years. Alas, there are many such stories. And what is most curious is that in most cases, the hostages were, one might say, in full view of everyone, and the kidnappers had previously come to the attention of the police. Fusako Sano was held captive for nearly 10 years in an unlocked room, allegedly to serve as an inspiration to Natasha Kush's kidnapper, although by the time this tragedy became publicized, Austrian schoolgirl Natasha had already spent over 1 year living under captivity. But let us explore this complicated case known as the Niigata Girl Captivity Incident thoroughly from its inception. Fusako Sano was born in Nagata Prefecture's small Japanese town of Mitsuke on November 28, 1980, and quickly became one of the favorite children within her household, with average incomes and regular attendance at local schools, as well as cheering for local teams, such as baseball. Unfortunately, however, on December 7, 1986, she fell prey to her attackers while walking home alone from school on that fateful November day in 1980. Fusako was in 4th grade at the time and returning home after staying to watch her school's baseball game on November 13, 1990, 2 weeks before her 10th birthday. Due to this sporting event, her parents weren't too concerned when she took her regular route home that evening. As it got darker quickly, almost no passers-by were around, and passing cars quickly vanished from view. Unexpectedly, one car suddenly overtook Fusako and then abruptly braked and swerved to avoid her. A loud squeal of brakes split Fusako's life in two. Nobuyuki Sato was born on July 15, 1962, in Nagata Prefecture, Japan, into a wealthy family. His father ran his own successful passenger transportation business, and his mother was 37. At his birth, his parents were aged 62 and 37 respectively, and no ties between Nobuyuki and any of his 5 siblings from his father's previous marriage existed between them and Nobuyuki himself. The boy became a particularly capricious and spoilt child who displayed no restraints or inhibitions in his behavior. Yet, at times he could become very emotional or even aggressive if his demands weren't immediately fulfilled, sometimes throwing tantrums or even attacking his mother with fists during store visits when she refused to buy him the toys he demanded. At school, Nobuyuki had few friends due to his unique blend of complex personalities, strange habits, and sometimes inappropriate behavior. Furthermore, his height had caused embarrassment so much that he often slouched when embarrassed, leading him to acquire offensive nicknames. On one of the city's central streets was built a luxurious 2-story European-style house for Nobuyuki, where most of the second floor was dedicated to his children's room, which Nobuyuki frequently detested and said was too scary and did not like spending time alone in there alone. At first, his anxiety and unreasonable fears prompted a visit to a regular hospital, followed by a referral to a psychiatrist for evaluation. There he was diagnosed with several disorders such as nyctophobia, fear of darkness, misophobia, fear of germs and dirt, autophobia, fear of loneliness, and sociophobia, anxiety disorder related to social interaction, as he avoided both solitude and contact with others equally well. Nobuyuki had always been an outcast, neither with a girlfriend nor with friends. In high school, he became an outcast due to peer disdain. When his anger and displeasure with himself or others surfaced, he could only vent it on his elderly parents, who gave gifts or money in an attempt to placate their son. As an adult, Nobuyuki never held down any jobs for long. He frequently caused trouble and caused conflict among colleagues, while also neglecting direct duties that made others unwilling to work with him. At times he would leave midday just because it rained, or because it made him sad. Once, however, due to misguided sympathy, he intentionally injured a female coworker, which resulted in immediate termination from employment. Since then, he has lived off of parental funds alone. Gradually, Sato began leaving his room less frequently, leading him to increasingly become estranged from both parents. Following one particularly heated argument between himself and one parent, he set fire to his home, nearly destroying its inhabitants as well. Subsequently, Sato was ordered into compulsory treatment at a psychiatric clinic where they diagnosed him with manic depressive disorder, outbursts of uncontrolled aggression, and signs of misogyny, an intense dislike or hatred towards females. Nobuyuki spent approximately 1 month in the hospital before being released as a threat to others. For some time after his release from care, Nobuyuki appeared relatively calm, even starting to rebuild the partially burned house by adding additional rooms. But soon afterwards, he simply gave up this endeavor, abandoning construction altogether. Sato was increasingly unsociable and sullen, spending most of his time watching television in his room. Soon thereafter, he refused to permit either his mother or father into either his room or upstairs at all. Any violation would lead to violent attacks against their elderly parents, with fists, shouts of abuse, and threats of death from Sato. Nobuyuki started taking walks near one of the local schools, where he would observe girls closely. At first, he behaved appropriately by not approaching or making contact with anyone nearby, until one day, when he grabbed one of the girls from right outside her school gate, threw her over his shoulder, ran to his car parked nearby, grabbed another girl at random from among those already inside, and ran back out again before getting into his own vehicle, before shouting for help and retrieving both girls and the suspect within minutes. In response, a school security guard and some bystanders quickly intervened to rescue both girls, while also detaining the kidnapper before any further harm could come their way. Sato tried to kidnap a girl who was only 9 years old and could offer no plausible excuse for why he attacked the schoolgirl. Therefore, police charged Sato with attempted unlawful acts of violence against minors. Nobuyuki faced an intense prison sentence at his trial held in August of that same year, yet was released with only a year's probationary period instead. Some reports state that Nobuyuki's father provided help by using connections and paying substantial sums in order to reduce Nobuyuki's sentence to only 1 year's probationary time. Nobuyuki suddenly disappeared from the database of criminals who were prosecuted, likely under his father's influence. Yet after spending hours cleaning up Nobuyuki's reputation in an effort to restore it, his elderly father suffered a heart attack and died. Sato felt profound shame and guilt over raising such an evil monster. Nobuyuki returned a year and a half later with another attempt, behaving more subtly this time to try to abduct 9-year-old Fusako Sano from school on November 13, 1990, yet again acting with ease and unnoticed by police or media alike. On that evening, as it began getting dark, he drove onto an otherwise deserted road, where soon he saw Fusako Sano from school returning home, unfortunately delayed at a sporting event earlier in the day, due to her being late and getting stuck behind traffic on her journey home. Fusako Sano was directly in front of Sato when he abruptly braked, swerved, and got out. He grabbed her tightly and warned her that if she tried to scream or run away, he would cut open her throat. After this confrontation was concluded, he shoved Fusako Sano back into the trunk before driving for some distance before turning onto an abandoned lot. Nobuyuki used his trunk again to tie Fusako's hands and feet together and tape her mouth shut before driving home and transporting her through an unfinished part of his dwelling to reach his room, entering through an unfinished part in order to remain undetected, as always through the front door. Once there, Nobuyuki ordered Fusako to remain quiet while brandishing a knife threateningly, and tied her securely onto his bed before warning that any time she tried leaving, looking out the window, screaming or crying, she would be killed, and her body would end up somewhere far off, somewhere that no one would ever find it again. The schoolgirl was terrified and did everything the kidnapper asked, hoping, against hope, he would feel sorry for her and let her go. Fusako Sano had not come home from school as expected, and her parents became worried. Knowing she would stay after class to watch a baseball game, but it had been getting dark outside, she should have arrived home long ago. At first, her parents tried searching on their own, following her route between home and school. However, their efforts proved futile. As darkness fell, her parents made an emergency appeal to the police, hoping their daughter would be quickly located. Given that only hours had passed since her disappearance, police squads quickly started the search operation, with local volunteers joining by morning. On the third day, over 200 individuals participated, combing through REs, pasting flyers with photographs of the missing girl, and questioning passers-by for witnesses who may know something about what had happened. Nobuyuki lived close to both the girls' school and police station, as well as having come under suspicion for trying to kidnap another female student in the past. Yet despite all this, Nobuyuki was not considered suspect due to the efforts of his late father to ensure his name would not appear on criminal databases. Similarly, this likely played into Nobuyuki's non-prosecution in this instance. Search efforts lasted many months and involved searching many vacant buildings, trailers, and railroad cars, searching suspicious vehicles, combing vacant lots, and inspecting interstate highways for clues to Fusako Sano's whereabouts. However, none could be found despite all efforts being put forth. Various theories were explored, such as North Korean special services abducting her, but this proved fruitless. Fusako Sano was still considered missing at that point in time. Fusako was captured by a psycho. Fusako later admitted that at first she was terrified and did everything her captor asked of her in hopes that Nobuyuki might take pity on her and free her. Unfortunately for Fusako, though, Nobuyuki never considered freeing his captive. For several months, he bound her hands and feet tightly, inhibiting blood flow to her extremities and leading to sensory losses in them. As soon as Fusako disobeyed or violated her silence, Nobuyuki used a stun gun as punishment. Otherwise, he beat her on both head and body with his fists, or threatened her with a knife. Nobuyuki never once exploited Fusako sexually, instead treating her more like something between an innocent toy and a pet while imprisoning her. Nobuyuki fed Fusako once or twice daily, with food prepared by his mother, who lived on the first floor. Due to this meager diet, the girl became weaker and malnourished. Nobuyuki forbade her from leaving bed. Instead, she would need to use plastic bags when going to the bathroom, and she was brought back inside plastic bags by Nobuyuki for transport back out into his unfinished part of the house after. Once every month, Nobuyuki bathed Fusako in his basin before cutting her hair and nails himself, and dressing her in his own shabby clothes while practicing various fighting techniques with her. Even when acting quietly and not breaking his rules regularly for fun, Nobuyuki would beat her regularly for fun and would practice various fighting techniques on her. Over time, Fusako became psychologically broken. She began obeying all the demands of her tormentor and no longer attempted to run, look out of windows, or run away from him. When Sato went elsewhere, he stopped tying Fusako up. Instead, he simply made his bed with Fusako laying there, layering some blankets or towels on top so it would look as if nothing were there underneath at first glance. Nobuyuki gradually began turning Fuso's radio on periodically and allowed her to watch television with him. Though their viewing consisted only of scotchy or sports matches that interested Nobuyuki himself, the comic books he brought her were her sole source of reading material during her incarceration. For almost 10 years, Fusako had seen no one other than Nobuyuki alone. No one spoke to her. She never ventured beyond her room's confinement and barely moved. Instead, she remained still while Nobuyuki mistreated her. Eventually, she gave up resisting escape or making herself known, despite abuse by police indifference or her captors. She accepted her fate with grace and did not attempt escape or make herself known or resist despite abuse from Nobuyuki or anyone else. Ultimately accepting her fate with resignation without resistance or effort on her part, or making herself known, or resist making herself known, accepting her fate without making herself known or resisting escape, or making herself known even after experiencing abuse or police indifference. Nobuyuki's mother lived on the first floor, and for years she had not entered his room due to threats from Nobuyuki of physical punishment if she intruded upon his personal space. Knowing Nobuyuki well, she followed his rules without question. Once Nobuyuki placed a prisoner in his room, however, even going up the stairs became forbidden, and when she attempted it once, he simply shoved her back down again. Although she tried her hardest not to be at home too much when working, she retired at age 73 when her life became unbearable due to abuse from Nobuyuki, who regularly beat her up while demanding she obey a set of rules made up by him alone. At last, Mrs. Sato could no longer take it. In the spring of 1996, she went to the police to file a statement alleging domestic violence by her son. Unfortunately, however, no action was taken, and Mrs. Sato was persuaded by officers not to withdraw her statement and deal with family problems on her own. Additionally, twice she applied for consultation at a public health center, complaining of her son's inadequate and aggressive behavior while seeking hospitalization at a psychiatric hospital. Both times this request was refused, considering that her plea was not serious enough. Instead, advice was given by staff that persuaded her son himself to seek help at said clinic, rather than trying to persuade his mother to seek treatment themselves. After another beating in January 2000, an exhausted elderly woman called the hospital and requested that a medical team and law enforcement officials visit her house, as her son Nobuyuki had tied her up and tasered her several times. These officials eventually responded to her requests and attended. When the ambulance and police car arrived at Nobuyuki's address, he immediately began acting aggressively toward them before resisting and trying to fight against them. Due to this inappropriate behavior, he had to be handcuffed by medics before receiving large doses of sedatives. The elderly woman admitted she was terrified of her son, whose behavior had grown increasingly aggressive and uncontrolled over the past several months. Additionally, he forbade her from visiting the second floor for years, with threats that he would kill her if she did so. Police officers decided to inspect Nobuyuki's room on the second floor. When they entered, they noticed a pile of blankets laid across Nobuyuki's bed, which suddenly moved slightly when touched. Police officers were stunned to see an extremely thin, pale, and exhausted girl lying underneath them. She reluctantly gave her name when they questioned her about who she was and how she ended up there, and said she had been a hostage for a long time on her way home from school. After discovering Nayuki had been captured, her mother was brought into the room. But the woman seemed very surprised and said that no other people lived in their house other than herself and her son. Also, Nayuki confirmed she had never seen this woman before. Nuki was brought into the station the same day for questioning, and his responses shocked the police officers. He vividly recounted a day when he saw Fusako driving along the road and remembered everything about that day, as well as their conversation that day. Sato claimed he found the girl extremely cute and wanted to bring her home with him. Sato claimed he took excellent care in feeding, washing, and dressing her while reading comic books aloud to her, punishing her only for disobedience. He admitted he loved his captive as a friend, and she seemed to care about him too. He had no plans of ever parting ways and hoped she would remain his lifelong companion. He enjoyed spending time with Fusako and could talk for hours about soccer, music, and his favorite comic book characters, while she silently listened in. Additionally, he never locked his bedroom door, yet she never tried escaping, which led him to believe she liked living with him. Consequences, trial, and sentence. Following an exhaustive medical examination, doctors determined that Sato was capable of understanding his actions despite his mental disorder and could stand trial. His mother may be considered an accomplice since she regularly purchased feminine hygiene products from supermarkets at her son's request, yet her attempts at reaching police or medical institutions went ignored, as did her request to visit family home. Before trial commenced, this case received widespread coverage in media and public forums, and the city police came under heavy criticism due to Nobuki having previously been prosecuted for attempted kidnapping of a schoolgirl and then failing to follow through with his plan as planned. Upon the conclusion of his plan, however, he remained free of suspicion, thus leading them to remove both the local police chief and the head of the regional police department, who both made numerous mistakes along the way from their positions. Nobuyuki Sato was brought before trial for kidnapping in May 2000, and all his actions and offenses were studied carefully as the prosecution attempted to secure maximum punishment for him. Sato was found guilty and given 14 years imprisonment as punishment, this term being considered maximum at that time. Upon being released, he found his mother had long since passed away, leaving no living relatives for Nobuyuki. Eventually, Nobuyuki himself was found dead 1.5 years later in an undisclosed rented room with no apparent cause of his demise. How did Fusako fare? At the time of her discovery, Fusako was so weak that she could barely stand on her own. Doctors diagnosed her with exhaustion and dehydration. Her muscles had nearly atrophied. Additionally to stuttering, Fusako was afraid of sunlight and lost communication abilities completely. When her parents saw their daughter after 9 years apart for the first time, they didn't recognize her at first glance. Physical recovery took about 1 year, while mental well-being took much longer to repair itself. Fusako Sano suffered from post-traumatic stress disorder and avoided interaction with others. Her intelligence remained at that of an 8 or 9-year-old child. Fusako's parents took their daughter away from town. Sachiko Yamada changed her name and flatly refused any contact from journalists. Over time, however, she made friends, took up photography, and eventually passed her GED exams. She eventually passed her driver's license test, but tragically, in 2007, her life was forever altered when her father drowned while on a family outing to a pond. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more.